Taught us English was not so good, but somehow we understood. And the Nana was standing by our side. When we did wrong, how he would scold. But we did as we were told. In that old tin house by the sea. Every day when chores were done, Tata said, go have your fun. We need to be back for the pigs we had to feed. How I wish that I could see Tata and Nana smiling at me in that old tin house by the sea. In that old tin house by the sea.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
uli di sombranza tenmak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi
never stop shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew, cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Humane. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we doing down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Yeah.
Let me take you to an island
Oh, yeah.
where the sun
Business.
never stops
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It's Friday. Friday. Whoa, business. Oh, business. Yep. It's Friday. Yep. Sure is. Thank you. Jay, good morning.
And if you weren't already awake and ready for school or work,
Friday. Whoa.
Good morning.
All right. There you go. 6:20. This is the link. It's Friday again.
there's a bunch of people across the street from us in League One Terrace that just jumped up.
Right. Yeah. Good morning. Morning. Hope you guys are good. Right on. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Of course, as always, it's a big, huge show for you guys this morning. Try to get public health on, but there's a big meeting with the governor this morning. I think they do it every Friday, 8:30. So if they get out of that, hopefully we'll get them on here about the latest numbers, which are, again, huge. 82 positives reported last night out of the Joint Information Center. So we'll have more info on that coming up in the news. Here's who's on the way on the show. We got the Guam Youth Congress. They recently broke bread with their counterparts in the NMI, so we'll talk about that. And we're going to hang around the NMI a little bit this morning. We're going to get Kevin Bautista of the CNMI Governor's Office, Mayor Jesse Allig, the Mayor's Council of Guam President. Guys, if you're waiting on the All Rise, you're going to want to check out this interview that we're going to do around 8:15 with Mayor Jesse Allig, as the Department of Rev and Tax Director Daphne Shimizu met with the mayors and kind of laid out a lot of the process for the All Rise application. And so there was a bunch of stuff. I talked to the mayor yesterday. There's a bunch of stuff that we want to get out to you guys this morning, so we are going to do that. Also, Bernie Guinness, there's emergency rental assistance and a bunch of other things going on with DOA that we'll talk to her about. We're getting Senator Joanne Brown on the budget and procurement of emergency golf carts. Boy, that's OOG. When have you ever heard those three words together in one sentence? Emergency golf carts. A day. At 6:21, 9:30, we're getting Phil Roberto of the venue. We're doing a little happy hour at 9:30. And we're getting a Mo from Moses Joint, as we're anticipating, Sabrina, that some type of restrictions will be announced today.
Yes, that's what we understand.
Yeah, that's what we are tracking out of Adelup, that the governor will release some kind of executive order today. And so we wanted to bring Phil and Mo on because usually when restrictions come out, restaurants and bars are right on the firing line. And so we'll talk to them about what they think would work, what we're hearing, how what we're hearing would affect their operation, and maybe some of the takeaways from their experience kind of just navigating through this pandemic. It's Friday, so of course we have Feed Me Fridays. You guys get to watch us eat kings. We've got Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM sports team, our sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast, where Victorious Falan is going to sit down with Tanelta Nelson Mori, who's the legislative director for Congressman Mike Nicholas. Also, we're going to get Cover Me, all that coming up here. Guys, it's Chicken Fries Friday, by the way. Cover Me brought to you by Burger King. All you got to do is go to Burger King today, order you one chicken fries, and say it, Jay.
I love chicken fries.
There you go. Just like that, and they're going to give you another chicken fries.
You can even try to doing a hot mix. You can I lick it, love chicken fries.
I lick it, love chicken fries. Like something like that.
Then you could say that was the DJ Joser remix.
Right. Remix. All right.
And even make it creative, like make the staff laugh, keep everybody positive. It's like,
Why's
I
out chicken fries?
love chicken fries. Time after time when we're together.
Right on. That's
go
Jason
old
Salas.
school. Do some Miami freestyle.
That's our guy, Jay. It's Friday, August 20th. Let's go ahead and get into the news. Yeah? Okay. You sure? Because I read comments if you need a little more time.
No.
Okay. Let's get into the news now. 6:23 from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Sponsored by Pacific Points. This is our first look at news on the link. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half a day, everybody. The surge in positive cases continues. The Joint Information Center reporting that 82 new cases were positive out of 1,056 tests performed on Wednesday. 31 cases were identified through contact tracing. 2 cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 9,200 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 144 deaths. 412 cases are in active isolation and 8,577 are not in active isolation. A total of 16 people are hospitalized, 2 patients receiving ICU level of care, 1 person on a ventilator. The JIC reports that at least 14 of the patients are unvaccinated. The CAR score has jumped to 10.4. The Guam Department of Education also reports 7 more students have tested positive for COVID-19 and an employee. Here's the breakdown of the latest cases. A student from BP Carbolito Elementary, League 1 Elementary School, there's 2 students there, FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, Untalon Middle School, Atacao Elementary School, John F. Kennedy High School, and an employee from Untalon Middle School. 3 additional Catholic schools have a confirmed new COVID infection. The Archdiocese of Agana announcing that a student from Bishop Baumgartner Memorial School in Sinajana, St. Francis Catholic School in Jotnya, and Dominican Catholic School in Jigo tested positive for the virus. The Archdiocese and school officials are working with public health on contact tracing. Now, this brings to 7 the total number of Catholic school students who are positive for COVID-19. Earlier this week, they reported 1 case at Notre Dame, 1 at Academy, and 2 at FD. Another Port Authority of Guam employee testing positive for COVID. This is the 4th COVID-19 case reported in the last 2 weeks there. The employee is fully vaccinated and was exposed to a person with the virus who is not with the port. 5 personnel were identified as close contacts and will be scheduled for testing. Although the agency has accomplished herd immunity, General Manager Rory Respicio said, quote, they are not letting their guard down as they are aggressively working to get all employees inoculated. With the rise of COVID cases on the island, Respicio explained that there are more safety measures being put in place. Respicio saying this Delta variant has presented a clear and present danger to port operations, and so we've continued to take more extreme measures by doing something operationally to have those who are unvaccinated versus those who are vaccinated kind of stay within their own sections, within their own bubble. So those who are unvaccinated who choose to remain unvaccinated will be limited in their own movement and their interactions with those who are vaccinated. To date, 83% of port employees are fully vaccinated against the virus. The CDC, in the meantime, says anyone who received either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine will now need a 3rd booster shot 8 months after becoming fully vaccinated. Natalie Brand has more.
COVID booster shots could be widely available for millions of Americans beginning next month.
We are getting indication that as time goes by, particularly in the context of the Delta variant, that the protection against infection is diminishing significantly.
Studies from overseas show fully vaccinated people are beginning to exhibit worsening symptoms in their breakthrough cases.
So in our process to stay ahead of this virus, we're starting to see it in infection. We're concerned we will see it in severe disease, and we're planning ahead to stay ahead.
But with millions still unvaccinated, President Biden announced nursing homes that receive Medicare or Medicaid payments will now need to ensure their staff is fully vaccinated.
With this announcement, I'm using the power of the federal government as a payer of health care costs to ensure we reduce those risks to our most vulnerable seniors.
The CDC says the number of people getting their first vaccine dose has fallen for 5 straight days.
I did not get the vaccination just because I feel it's government pushed on the people, pretty much. And I just feel it's poison in my eyes.
But health officials say the vaccine is still the best way to prevent infection, hospitalization, and death.
We have a pandemic of a Delta virus that's ravaging our community, and we have a pandemic of misinformation.
The U.S. had a total of 400,000 new COVID cases for the entire month of June and is now approaching nearly 2 million so far this month. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
COVID testing continues today at the old Teetson Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 400 PCR tests are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Testing is free. Bring a photo ID. Vaccination clinics being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and also at the Northern Region Community Health Center in Dededo from 1 to 4 p.m. There will also be a drive-through vaccination clinic tomorrow at the UOG parking lot across the School of Business and Public Administration. That is from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division was activated following a fatal car crash involving 2 cars that occurred along Route 15 in Jigo at around 8 o'clock last night. Guam Fire Department spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff says GFD transported 1 minor who was in stable condition to GMH. She has 2 adults who were transported to GRMC with serious injuries. One of the patients was a man who was unconscious and unresponsive. The other patient was a female who was transported with CPR being conducted en route. Again, this case has now been classified as fatal. We're still waiting for additional information from GPD. The female victim in the auto pedestrian accident Wednesday in Dededo remains at the Guam Regional Medical City. She was brought there following the incident, which occurred just before 6 a.m. along Route 16 near the 7-Day Supermarket. GPD's Paul Tapau told KUAM that the investigation is ongoing, and he could not confirm whether any arrests were made, if any citations were issued, or whether drugs or alcohol played a role in the incident. 37-year-old drug defendant Andrew Manabusan is scheduled to appear this afternoon in the District Court of Guam for a detention hearing. Earlier this week, he was arraigned where he pled not guilty to drug charges. Manabusan was recently extradited to Guam from California, where he allegedly mailed a package that contained more than 3,600 gross grams of meth that was received by former police officer and former Department of Corrections officer Jose Ananich. The court also granted a request to unseal his indictment. A trial is currently set for October 26. Meanwhile, in the state of Texas, a federal grand jury convicted a Guam man for aggravated sexual abuse of a minor. According to a press release from the Western District Court of Texas, court documents and evidence at trial, Damian Edward Cruz Benavente, who's 29 years old, was found guilty of 1 count of aggravated sexual abuse by force, 1 count of sexual abuse by threat or fear, and 1 count of sexual abuse of a minor while living in Big Bend National Park. Beginning in 2015, he repeatedly sexually assaulted the victim using force and threats, placing the victim in fear. Benavente has remained in federal custody since his arrest on March 12th of this year. He faces up to life in prison on both the charges of aggravated sexual abuse by force and sexual abuse by threat or fear. He faces up to 15 years in prison on the sexual abuse of a minor charge. Again, that is from the Western District Court of Texas. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Havade, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. By today, we could be seeing an executive order from the governor mandating restrictions in response to the spike in COVID cases. Here's more.
He's been asking for restrictions for more than a week now.
I guess she had to make the final decision, balancing when the right time to do it.
And according to chair of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, the governor is ready.
I'm pretty sure that I think it's come out tomorrow or Saturday, but yeah, restriction will be in place on some multiple things, in business and gathering, all that kind of stuff. But the final numbers, she had to put that number out.
Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, couldn't provide specifics, but says the governor is considering multiple options and scenarios.
So right now, restaurants and bars are allowed to be at 100% capacity. And so there needs to be some heavy consideration on that. We've already seen places like New York and San Francisco putting in measurements where you have to be fully vaccinated in order to be able to go into these restaurants or bars and gyms and other indoor spaces. And so that's something that, of course, is being heavily considered as well. And it's also a matter of how to make that practical and not to put a tremendous burden on the businesses here also in terms of how to enforce that and that they have proper guidance as well, if that were to be the case. And so that's something to consider. And those that choose not to do it, what are their options also? What I mean by that is a business chooses not to require vaccinations. What are their restrictions instead? And so those are all things that are being there, and I suspect that that we'll get some more clarity before the week's over.
With a surge of more than 300 cases in the past 7 days and 17 hospitalizations as of Thursday morning, unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets any better.
It's going to take us a while if everyone works together to make this number to go down.
Our best defense?
Vaccinations is absolutely our number one way to stop the spread and to keep this wave from developing even higher.
The executive order is expected to be signed on Friday with a possible press conference later in the afternoon.
As expected, Governor Leon Guerrero has vetoed 2 bills meant to amend the local direct assistance law known as the RISE Act. In her veto message, the governor said the act itself was a problem because it appropriated federal funds that the legislature has no authority over. She also criticized its onerous eligibility requirements, specifically the residency verifications, which said overwhelmed the mayor's office. She called the 2 rejected measures Hail Mary efforts to cure the act's problems and criticized the authors for even presenting her with conflicting bills. In contrast, the governor said her All Rise program not only streamlines the process, but also expands the eligibility to individuals the legislature arbitrarily excluded. One of the bill's sponsors, Senator Jim Mullins, said the veto essentially means the governor is refusing to increase the payout from $800 to $1,000. Leon Guerrero did sign 5 measures into law. They restore the original village names of Haget, Humatek, Malesu, Senorita Sumai, and Talofofo. Another lawsuit has been filed against the contractors for the environmental destruction caused by the failure to construct ponding basins on their 181-acre solar farm project. Tyler Matsunani reports.
World Meridian Sessagen LLC owns the property where the historic Marble Cave is located. On their behalf, attorney Mike Phillips has filed the latest lawsuit against Korea Electric Power Company, or KEPCO, and Samsung E&C America, Inc. The contractors are responsible for the construction of over 150 solar panels in Mangilao. Failure to follow their approved sediment and erosion control plan resulted in stormwater runoff, destroying one of Guam's pristine freshwater sites.
The life that goes on there, the water, the whole surrounding area is likely ruined. And, some things you just can't replace.
According to their approved sediment and erosion control plan, Samsung was supposed to construct 5 ponding basins, but only built 2. The lawsuit claims that Samsung intentionally did so in order to avoid time, cost, and expense.
The fish and the unique life in the pond and everything that makes Marble Cave is now basically a mud puddle.
Attorney Phillips says that when dealing with a corporation as big as Samsung, the only way to deter future problems like this is to not only make sure they're held responsible for all the costs of the repair and any incidental cost, but to seek punitive damages.
Because if you don't, then corporations like Samsung and anybody, even half their size, they're always going to look at the bottom line. The bottom line is always the profits. And so if they can just disregard the environment and disregard rules and stuff like that, because later on they just send you a check, then they're going to continue to do it because that check is not going to compare to the amount of profit and money they make by these huge projects.
Guam EPA issued a notice of violation against the contractor last month. It proposed $18 million in penalties, but Guam law caps the amount that can be assessed to $125,000. The AG's office has also filed a lawsuit. Additionally, the Guam Contractors Licensing Board has plans to issue an NOV and issue fines and penalties. The U.S. EPA is also expected to arrive to Guam to conduct an assessment for the possible violation of the Clean Water Act. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Local entertainment and icon and businessman James Jimmy D. Flores has passed. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero offered condolences, saying, "Today we are deeply heartbroken by the passing of the local legend whose music has become synonymous with the Hafaday spirit." Speaker Therese Terlahi offered prayers to D's wife, Jackie, his children, Jimmy and Jolene, and his grandchildren. She said she's grateful for the legacy of art that he left behind. D had often performed at major tourism events with his dance troupe, the Chamaritas, and Guam Visitors Bureau President Carl Gutierrez and his wife Jerry, who are the godparents for D's children, said D devoted his life to promoting Guam and developing opportunities to showcase our beautiful people and culture. D was also an active businessman and is the namesake of the popular Jimmy D's Beach Bar in Tamoney. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
New information about your rising power bill. The Guam Power Authority early this morning announced that it has received $15 million in ARPA money from the governor. According to GPA, the $15 million as a pandemic cash relief grant offsets what ratepayers would have had to pay under LEAC for the period of August 1st through January 31st, 2022. It will save the average residential ratepayer about $120 between August and December. Instead of the 17 cents increase in the LEAC that's currently in effect until September, it has been reduced to 13 cents. In October through November, the LEAC will increase to 15 cents, and then December through January, it will be 17 cents. Senators appear to be favoring a more conservative approach as they deliberate on how much they can spend in the FY 2022 budget. Late yesterday afternoon, in a 10-4 vote, they defeated an amendment by Speaker Therese Terlahi to raise the key business privilege tax revenue projection from $238 million to $280 million. The legislature's Office of Finance and Budget has called for the more conservative $238, and the governor's fiscal team has been pushing $280. Terlahi had wanted to put the $42 million difference toward payment of tax refunds. Here's more on the debate on session floor.
But our job is to appropriate and authorize the budget for the government. And I agree with, my other colleague here, Senator Addo, who just spoke quite eloquently with regards to the challenges and the reality of where we're at. We live in a subsidized economy by the federal government right now. And fortunately, it has gotten us through this past year and a half. But what about next year? What about the next few months? I mean, for me, this is a time we should be careful, because I'm sorry, as I go down through Tumon and I look at the inactivity there, and yes, granted, we've had, the military that have been here for exercises, and yes, we're getting a trickle back of some tourists. I mean, if this had happened at any other time, we would just be totally shocked. I mean, we have typhoons, we're closed for a few days, a week or two, and then the island's back to some sense of normalcy once power and water's restored and we do debris cleanup. But this is a major impact for such a significant period of time. And for us, all of a sudden now, to want to increase these revenue numbers so that we can address the paying back tax refunds. If I recall, wasn't there a court case that ordered the government of Guam to pay tax refunds within a 6-month period of filing? Did we forget that? I don't think this is optional anymore, even though I know there's such desire to take credit for the expediency of paying out these tax refunds, but aren't they supposed to be setting aside a percentage of that revenue coming in to do exactly that? And yet we're still trying to find where we're going to pay back tax refunds, as if that's a total separate entity disconnected from the revenue base coming in. I understand where the speaker is coming from, and I otherwise, under other circumstances, would be very supportive of this. But the mechanism of doing that to prevent funds from being expended that otherwise were never authorized by this legislature, I can't see the logic in raising the revenue base, in increasing it by this substantial amount in order to justify doing and paying the tax refunds. So with that, unfortunately, and even though I understand what the speaker is attempting to do here, and I appreciate that effort on her part, but I just can't justify at this critical juncture, as we're making these decisions, to increase that amount, especially substantial. We're not even talking, a million here, a million there. We're talking a substantial amount of increase to address this issue. And so with that, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I have to vote against this amendment.
Putting the burden on the backs of our people, that is what we do when we fund government first and people last. And these are refunds. This is not a handout to them. It's their refunds or their credits that they are entitled to. That's what it is. It's not a special project of mine. It's ours. And to pay refunds, we need cash. The way to put the cash in immediately, after all we've been through, we can't even get the ARP funds that are sitting in a bank out to the people's hands through the rise. So I'm proposing another way. We get this out to them through their refunds by us doing what we can do, and that is allocating more towards tax refunds. Now, not later, now. I am not satisfied with the status quo. You have heard me praise, Director Shimizu over and over. She is processing refunds faster than we've seen them processed. It's fantastic. It's great. And yes, we have a court order that has mandated that we pay refunds in 6 months of the filing deadline, not 6 months from when you file in January. Most of these people who want their EITC credits are filing in January. The law doesn't mandate that they're paid within 6 months of that. They're paid within 6 months of the filing date, which is normally April. So that means the deadline is October. And we have been successful. We've seen it. We've seen this administration able to get some of these refunds out faster. And I am applauding that, and I will always applaud that. But I say, we as a legislature, can we do better? Absolutely. Should that be our standard, 6 months from the filing deadline? Heck no. Not when the average in every state is 6 to 8 weeks.
Every state is 6 to 8 weeks. The Speaker's amendment failed by a way of 10-4, with one excused absence. Meanwhile, earlier during session, Senator Mary Torres offered an amendment to include the nurses' pay increase in the new spending plan. That attempt also failed, but OFB Director Steve Guerrero said he believes the agencies that are employing nurses can absorb the pay increase for FY 2022 without additional appropriation. Discussion continues today with about a dozen more proposed amendments. The U.S. State Department has just sent out an alert to U.S. citizens and legal permanent residents to get to the main airport in Afghanistan as soon as possible. The State Department is also issuing visas to help the thousands trying to flee the country get past Taliban checkpoints. Roxana Saberi reports.
Chaos continues to dominate today outside Kabul's airport, as Afghans try desperately to flee their country. They first have to get through checkpoint after checkpoint, manned by Taliban fighters, some firing shots and beating people back. Then they face U.S. troops and barbed wire. For now, the runways are clear of civilians, and military transport planes have airlifted out around 5,000 people, mostly U.S. citizens and Afghans who once worked for the U.S. But with around 60 to 80,000 left, by President Biden's count, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin acknowledged evacuations aren't moving fast enough.
it's obvious we're not close to where we want to be in terms of getting the numbers through.
The military flights are first come, first serve.
Afghan-American Zohal Abdulrahman says her brother-in-law, who just got a U.S. visa, was heading to Kabul airport today when she lost contact.
We're really anxious to get him out of there as soon as we possibly can.
President Biden told ABC News all this chaos was not the result of bad planning.
But the idea that somehow there's a way to have gotten out without chaos ensuing, I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happened.
So for you, that was always priced into the decision?
Yes.
I think they should have moved fast enough to begin with, right when President Biden announced that the U.S. was leaving.
The U.S. will soon have 6,000 combat troops on the ground to help with evacuations, but they're needed to defend the airport and keep it running, not to pick up stranded Americans or vulnerable Afghans. When are you going to sleep soundly again?
Till the Taliban are out of Afghanistan for good, forever. And God knows when that's going to be.
CBS News has learned the U.S. mission in Kabul is getting reports that the Taliban are blocking some Afghans with U.S. visas from getting to the airport. And the U.S. plans to open an additional gate there to get more eligible evacuees in faster. Roxana Saberi, CBS News, Doha.
Home. Our Nestor Lecanto spoke with one Guamanian soldier who helped train Afghan troops. He joins the universal chorus of people who say the Afghan citizens who helped America must not be left behind.
Former Guam Army National Guard Adjutant General Roderick Leon Guerrero was deployed to Afghanistan in 2007 and spent a year there along with 16 other Guamanian soldiers.
Our mission was to train an Afghan battalion on how to fight.
He says they were very engaged with the locals who were supporting the U.S. military.
There was one interpreter that I knew very well. These interpreters don't go home. They stay on the base because they're afraid of their life and the lives of their family members. One interpreter got caught and he and his family were killed. And so that's how dangerous it is for all these people that help the United States. The Afghan people that put their lives at risk and their families at risk their families' lives. It's important that we show that we appreciate them and we need them and we need to get them out.
Leon Guerrero has been following the dramatic coverage of the chaos in Kabul.
At the soldier level, the tactical, I tell you, it's hard to see. Being there for a year and seeing all the blood, sweat, and tears shed while in the country, it's a hard pill to swallow. Very difficult.
U.S. military leaders understand this and are reaching out to the troops and veterans.
Chief of Staff of the Army sent out a message yesterday saying, hey, with what's going on in Afghanistan, it's going to bring out some feelings and some emotions. So please check on your soldiers.
He and his team members have been getting together just to check on each other. Meanwhile, the U.S. withdrawal is stirring debate over how long we should have stayed in Afghanistan and if we should have been there in the first place.
Going into Afghanistan was very important. And the biggest thing that resulted in going to Afghanistan is we were able to get Osama bin Laden.
But when that was accomplished, Leon Guerrero believes the mission then morphed into one of nation building. He says after 20 years, he personally agrees with the withdrawal. He also suggests that the U.S. perhaps did not learn soon enough from the lessons of history.
Alexander the Great tried to take over that area. The British, the Russians tried to take over that area, and history just repeats itself.
President Biden today said he will extend the U.S. troop withdrawal until the evacuation is complete.
All right, great reporting there from Nestor Lecanto at 6:51. It is Friday, August 20th. On the link, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with the Speaker of the Guam Youth Congress and the Speaker of the CNMI Youth Congress. Look at that. Wow. At 6:52, it's Friday, guys. The link continues next. Good morning.
On August 28th, join us as we illuminate hope at the American Cancer Society Relay for Life Luminaria exhibit at the FDMS Phoenix Center. From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., witness the illuminous display of lights, a representation of our love and respect for those who have battled cancer. We will remember those who have lost to cancer, honor those who have beaten this enemy, and support those who are currently enduring the treatments for cancer.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Sometimes I wonder just how things happen this way. No, when I'm just reminiscing of that one whole night we were spent.
Hey, good morning. Morning.
Oh, but you pick me
Good morning,
up
Facebook Live.
every morning.
It's Friday. Beautiful day out there, guys. Facebook Live, thank you guys. Kendra comments in here, why aren't we hearing anything from the governor about this surge in cases? There's too much going on in the community to have no communication to the people. Wait for it. It's coming today. restrictions. We're anticipating, according to Adelup, that an executive order will be making its way out to the people today. So yeah, I totally agree. The communications has been sorely lacking, if not totally absent, from Adelup. You're right, Kendra. Good morning. We should be hearing something today as we are ending week 3 of what the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, has called a Delta surge. 82 positives last night, 16 in the hospital. The CAR score up to 10.4. Oh! That's a lot, right, Jay? I mean, it's not like 30 or whatever it was last year.
That's quite a lot.
That's, yeah. So, yeah, we're anticipating restrictions to be announced. We don't know what it is. It kind of seems, because they've really been talking about sending all the unvaccinated people to the back of the bus, if you will. That's the type of restrictions that they're saying. Like, if you're not vaccinated, then you don't get to do anything or go anywhere. If you're unvaccinated and you go out to eat in the restaurant, before you eat, you have to eat outside, and then you also have to cut all the vaccinated people's toenails and wash their dishes. I'm kidding, but they're thinking of something like checking vaccination status and tying it to like the occupancy limits. So we'll figure it out when it happens, guys. It's 6:58, Friday, August 20th. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have standing by both speakers of the Youth Congress for the island of Guam, and of course the CNMI. We have Stephanie Lorenzo and Cielo Long. Good morning, Madam Speakers.
Hi, good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I saw you guys had sent out a release, and we kind of made a habit of getting the Guam Youth Congress on to really just. I like having you guys as a sounding board, you know, because what's that saying, sir? I believe the children are the future. Right, so it's always good to get you guys' perspective. But you guys recently met with the CNMI Youth Congress, and according to this release, it was to discuss shared goals, regional youth conference, and long-term collaboration, which is good. I love to see collaboration between all of our islands. So I guess kind of, if you want to start at the beginning, what kind of prompted this meet, and what were some of the takeaways from it?
So Chris, you know, this meeting has, I want to say, been years in the making. This is something that we have talked about since I first started the Youth Congress back in 2015, 2016. And so in the beginning of the 33rd Youth Congress, I sat down with the leadership and I said, okay, guys, these are the things that I would like to accomplish in terms of advancing the youth Guam. And one of them was reaching out to our counterparts in the CNMI and kind of getting their perspective on how they run their body, right? Kind of understanding how they operate in terms of their branch. So I'm really glad that we were able to have this happen. I guess now that, you know, like with the rising COVID cases, this is kind of a way to re-synergize the youth and saying, okay, you know what? Yes, there's COVID, but you as young people have a voice in terms of how we can help curb this new rise of cases. So, yeah.
Cielo?
Yeah, so to my recent knowledge, actually the CNMI Youth Congress was originally conceptualized from the Guam Youth Congress. So a lot of our ideals, protocols, you know, regulations are pretty much the same. So when she reached out and wanted to hold this meeting, I was more than willing to join in because, you know, it shows that even if we are two completely separate bodies, teamwork beyond differences is possible. And if we can be that example for the youth, then by all means, we're going to do it. So, yeah, it was awesome.
Shared goals. Steph, you talk about fighting this rise in cases. How is the meeting of your two bodies aiming to do that?
So I think I'm so sorry. So our meeting was primarily around kind of engaging the youth throughout the region. And so one of the things that we talked about was a potential, well, I'm so sorry, Speaker Long, what was it? A potential youth summit? I believe Speaker Long can give some more background on that, because I know in her budget or how they operate, they actually have to do a youth summit every year. And so one of the things that in our meeting talked about was kind of expanding it wider to both Guam youth and then the CNMI to kind of have this one big youth conference. In discussion during the weekend, we also noted that Guam has a lot of these youth organizations, but we don't really come together as a whole to kind of take a step back and say, okay, well, what topics are the youth most passionate about nowadays? And so I think between our two bodies is something that we're going to be working towards, at least for me, for the duration of my term.
Right. Cielo, what are some of the topics that are important to the youth in the CNMI?
Right now, definitely with COVID-19 still being apparent, worldwide, it's kind of taken the CNMI by storm, and it still is definitely something that the youth has to deal with. It's almost like the most concerning issues that the youth has to, go through is so much more heightened because we have COVID-19, and it's almost like we don't know, where to move forward, where to stop. I mean, we have lack of physical activity, lack of socialization, the mental health is really bad. I mean, there was a pause in the educational system for almost a year. So it's like we're working together to try and kind of move forward because it is definitely something that is very prominent in the CNMI. And I do give props to, the public school system admin, BOE, for kind of looking at the situation and, taking a step back and being like, okay, how can we stop offering incentives of more remote learning, and how can we move forward? Like, how can we, encourage the youth to get vaccinated, to wear masks, to follow the protocols so that we can go fully back to the way it was. And yeah, that is definitely something that we're trying to work on right now.
Steph, do you find that the youth in Guam kind of share the same concerns as the youth in the NMI?
I want to say yes. In terms of at UOG, they're doing the administration, the students were working alongside each other to kind of curb the spike in cases. We're adhering to the protocols. I mean, contrary to a lot of the videos I've seen on WhatsApp of the students in GDOE schools kind of congregating, I think it's a lot of the educational component, just saying, okay, you know what, we're all partners in this battle against COVID, and we need to get vaccinated if you can. We need to social distance. We need to wear our masks, and just kind of follow the protocols that were in place when COVID first happened, because that's what kind of got us through the first wave, before the Delta variant came. So just a lot of, practicing what we've been doing for the last year and a half.
Back to basics, right?
Yeah, exactly. Back to basics.
Let me close with this because it's pretty backed up for today. But I wanted to ask, like, the working relationship that started with this meeting that you guys have, and the working relationship that both of the youth congresses in Guam and the NMI are touting moving forward. Would you like to see this kind of collaboration between your counterparts in, let's say, like the Guam legislature, the NMI legislature, or even all the way to the top between our governors?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Speaker Long said in her in her quote that with this meeting being held and this future collaboration, it can hopefully set an example to our counterparts at the legislature and also to the governor, and then maybe we can reach out and learn more about our CNMI counterparts, or even more youth in the region, or more regional collaboration.
Definitely. Even if we are two completely different, parts of the world, we are still the same people, and it is important that we, take a step back and, really realize, okay, what are the steps we can take to be inclusive as a whole, and to share perspectives, and to, work together as a team instead of more so separately, because, that would be very beneficial to us.
Is there going to be any type of like goodwill exchange of, maybe ice keki and a piggy and blueberry bread, and then for us, we give Donny to Nancy, or...
Chris, I will say that was one of the things that we were kind of talking about in our in our leadership group chat. Was kind of like, okay, who's going to ask for ice keki? Because we're kind of running low on stock, right?
Yeah, I'll start hot pepper too, guys.
There you go. The Tinian one. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Speakers, it's been good. Let's keep in touch. I love getting the Guam Youth Congress on, and now that I know that you guys are partnered with the NMI, maybe we could just kind of do a joint appearance on the link every once in a while, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Cielo. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you for having us.
Esta Jos, right on. Quick break, and we're coming back. This is a really interesting story. A couple of parents of a GDOE student with a special needs son, that they were trying to let him attend an out-of-district school, and we'll just get into the whole thing. I understand that they brought this matter before the board, so that's coming up also on the way. This morning we're going to talk with a restaurant owner, a bar owner, about what type of impending restrictions are coming down, what they think has worked during this pandemic, how they fared. You'd be surprised. I was talking to one of our guests that's coming on at 9:30, and she was saying that because, when we reach the herd immunity, they just flick the switch open. It was like 100% capacity. And she was saying it's kind of been a struggle to really monitor at 100% capacity, especially in your restaurant bar type setting, to really kind of monitor the masking and the mingling of the different groups. And she was saying that they might have almost preferred maybe an incremental 75% opening first. So it's going to be really interesting to hear this conversation. We're also getting Phil Roberto of the venue on, and I talked to him yesterday, and he had said that even though we're anticipating restrictions through executive order today, that at the venue they'd already begun discussions to kind of dial back things on their own, which is what we also heard from the Umatic mayor. All right, so while the Facebook comments and the real-life comments out there have kind of had this tone about where's the governor, where's the communications, right, during this surge, absolutely correct, 1,000% agree with you. While we've had that conversation going on, the other conversation has been with the people of Guam and them deciding what they have to do to slow the spread of this surge. It's all coming up right here on the link. It's 7:08. Good morning.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Appreciate everything you have, don't always, any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day, heaven can wait, heaven can wait, heaven can wait, heaven can wait another day, heaven can wait, 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 heaven can wait another day. Look at the sky, there must be a reason why it's so soft inside. Look at my heart, fragile and light, and I know the reason why. Two people can adore, love hurts one sore, love birds are going crazy 'cause love will show. So breathe every day, appreciate everything you have, don't always, any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day, heaven can wait, heaven can wait, heaven can wait, heaven can wait.
Hey, good morning. 7-Eleven. Let's go right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Paul and Darlene Stremelar. Did I say that wrong?
You said it right.
No way. Wow.
Did it correctly.
Crazy. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. So I know that I want to say that I've seen you guys in the media before, but we're back here again, and it's issues relative to special education. And so we kind of really trying to want to just get the Cliff's Notes of the issue and the concern and maybe where we're going forward from there. So if you could, Dar, just give us the timeline.
Okay.
You have a son who's a special needs student with GDOE?
Yes, he's a special needs student with GDOE. And the issue at hand was that my boy is out of district, meaning as a teacher, I exercise my right to have him attend the school near. For some, is because they had the teachers for this resource class and to ID issues because he would be only 5 minutes away from us. So accepted into the school, Ocean View Middle School, in fact, October 18, 2019. So we wanted to make sure that he had a great year, and then somewhere along the line, if we were to question or things of the administration, they probably, I guess they showed they were not happy with that. They decided to kick out my son without justification. We were left, he had an IEP. They didn't follow through in his IEP, ESY, all these things didn't fall into place. But what happened was he was just kicked out. And when we asked for justification, they couldn't give us any. And they said the principal, in fact, during an IEP meeting, said if we were to bring our son to Ocean View, he would call CPS on us because we want to bring our kid to school. And so, we've gone through the grievances with GFT. The superintendent just yesterday informed us that he's only going to do, but he knew 20. This has happened since May 5th. We've gone before as well for them to address this issue. And so it's just really upsetting because the surrounding is my child. What has happened with my child? Well, he was kicked out. He doesn't understand why, because he worked so hard to be at this school, to follow all the rules, to be a good citizen of the school. And now he's going through counseling because he thinks he did something wrong. So that's our struggle, We want him to go to Ocean View. We want him to have access to that, but we want to know that we were right to put him there. People have to be accountable. And, teachers, administrators, they get paid through parents' salaries. So we have every right to question and to get our money's worth. I'm a teacher. I've been teaching for 24 years. And I would never, ever kick out a kid unless they were violent towards me. And even that, there's a reason for it. You got to work it out. So in essence, they're punishing our child. They have punished our child from attending. He's suffering, He has suffered, and he's still going to counseling because he still has questions. So,
And Chris, it's not only the out-of-district contract here. There's actually quite a few things going on because it's the whole when we start an IEP, the challenges with IEPs is that you're trying to find the best solution for your child and the teaching solutions for your child. And one of the things parents obviously do, we are no different than any other. We've asked for updates, and given the time during the whole COVID period and most people were working remotely and the students were being taught remotely, we of course asked a lot of questions, and apparently they didn't like that. We were literally told that our frequency was too high.
We sent too many emails.
Sent too many emails and all the other things. And anyway, it's there are certain rules to be followed, and the principal has broken quite a few of them by first then talking about a out of district issue during an IEP, which is not even allowed. Inviting another school into the meeting, into an IEP meeting. When you talk about, personal issues with your child, which is also not allowed unless it is a transitioning meeting, and that was not the case. This was an official regular IEP meeting. But once we brought that up, it was as I put it to the board, it was kind of a dictatorial attitude when he said, "That's my decision and only mine." And I was basically told to be calm and basically accept it. The interesting thing was, although when I brought it up, the principal of the other school dropped off immediately because he knew he was wrong, and he wasn't supposed to be there. So there's a lot to be investigated, and we don't think we have enough time in your show to discuss it all. But there's a lot going on.
So
and it's the last thing I want to say, if I may. The last thing that's really sad is that the superintendent doesn't go out for a year either, because we've sent email after email asking for investigation on this, and I, from my end, have done that. And only last week, Friday, a couple of days before the board meeting, did he respond saying, "Do you want me to turn this into an investigation?"
Yeah.
And then yesterday, he finally responded that after I sent him an email saying, "Yeah, obviously we've asked before, but if this is what you require, I guess, then this is it. This is our our fourth or fifth request."
Yeah, and then
so he finally did it.
Sorry.
So it's really, there's something really strange and fishy. He doesn't go out for a year either, but that's for another time.
Yeah.
Well, I was just looking at our files here, and it looks like you had to. It almost seems like exactly the same situation happened in 2015, where your boy was where you chose to enroll him at CL Titano, which was also out of district. And then it says here that the matter was investigated and addressed, and the only complaint regarding the out of district policy in over a year.
Yeah, that it was never addressed. The principal still has full capacity to kick out a kid for any reason. They haven't addressed it. They haven't contacted me. Nothing. So here we are again, experiencing another principal who doesn't consider the welfare of a child. And it's not just him, it's his admin team as well, because I was told, yes, it's wrong that Dylan is being kicked out, but we're not going to do anything about it because, as they put it, we're a family and the family sticks together. And I said, you forget to remember that Dylan is part of this family. Dylan is the person you service. He's the most vulnerable, most innocent person in this whole arena. And if you don't protect the person that you're getting paid to protect, then there's something really wrong. And I'm telling you, it shouldn't stop here. There should be other investigations that should happen, either through the AG's office or U.S. Department of Education that oversees the funding. Everything should be checked, because how do you go this far after the parents have said, this is what's happening? How do you go this far? We're not even checking. How come the board hasn't even checked on my child and said, what's going on with Dylan now? When I sent an email saying urgent, please address.
Oh yeah, that was a response from one of the board members that was particularly interesting.
Yeah, so you guys are planning to take this before the board again. When is that going to happen?
Well, we're waiting for the board to, because they have to address us. They have to give us due process. Yeah. They can't make a decision without interviewing us, without talking to us.
Even
they haven't done that. There's so many people there's so many people on the board. It's like, what are they doing? I know their parents. Would they allow this to happen to their child? No, they would never. Somebody's going to make a phone call and it'll be fixed.
I filed a complaint with the compliance office. They investigated, said nothing done was wrong. But here's the interesting part. They never even interviewed us.
No.
Never.
Nothing.
And then we caught them on a lie too, because caught the principal on a lie too, because one of the things that I did, because I'm officially ESL, so I'm allowed to record by federal mandate. I'm allowed to record the IEP meetings, which I did. So I have the whole conversations, everything that we had there, on an audio recording. And I offered the board that they can listen to it. They can make up their own mind, but I didn't state anything that was not raw, not true, including the threat to CPS, including the response from the principal saying, your out of district application for next year is not approved, even though we haven't even filed it yet. We never even kind of filed it yet, and they use that as grounds to, or at least
as grounds
superintendent used as one of the grounds to agree with the grievance committee, which is really strange. There's so much fishy stuff going on there.
Anyway. And the hard part, Chris, about this is that Dylan really liked the school. He really liked working with his teachers, and his teachers, none of them stood up for him. They were meeting.
None of them.
For him, we talked about his needs and so forth. They didn't disagree with the needs and the goals that we wanted to have. But then they had a secret meeting without us, and it's IDEA law.
Yeah.
That's against that. They denied all our goals that we wanted for our son. We weren't present at the meeting, and we said we are his parents. We are his voice. Do not have a meeting without us. And what does the principal and the CRT and his teachers do? Go have a meeting.
How do you leverage, or maybe just speak to what you guys are trying to do as parents? I'm pretty sure you're trying to do the best that you feel your son deserves, right?
Right.
But what about all the other parents who want their kid to go to this school or that school, or to go over here because it's close to mommy's work? I mean, do you we need to maybe re-examine this out-of-district policy?
They need to re-examine, because if there's a program at another school that a child can have access to that will help them, they should consider that. To deny that, you have to look at all the steps. Audit. Okay, then maybe they can't. But if they place for that child to go there, and you're denying them their civil rights, you're denying them free to public education.
And by the way, Chris, the Ninth Court has decided, in which Guam falls, that none of these exceptions that are sitting there where you can apply moving or applying for the fact that your son has to go to a specific school, because it doesn't apply to Guam, because Guam only has one district. So the whole district, out of contract district, is by itself false. So there's so much. They need to investigate it. They need to fix it. And I'm hoping other parents are willing to come forward, because I have a severe suspicion that there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more parents, and not everybody is as vocal as we are. I realize that. However, please, it's not kind of a, if you have any issues, please take care of it.
I mean, even outside of special needs students and special needs issues, I know that, there are some schools that offer GATE, some that don't for this grade level. So, I mean, it's not just the special needs, right? But let me just ask you on this special needs question, because I know a couple special needs students, and I want to say it's been a struggle for GDOE to implement these IEPs. And, I feel like we're kind of just touching on, lifting up the covers. And are there, you guys are special needs, parents of a special needs student. What would your assessment be of GDOE's handling, execution, implementation of everything it needs to do for these students?
It is fundamentally flawed. They cannot give the resources, even though federally funds are available. There are so many people, and some are very good willing, but as we find out along the way, they're not either properly trained, so they can't help us the proper way. And when we ask for outside assistance, they bluntly denied us. It took us, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it took us like four years or so to finally have somebody externally from, I think she has a business in Taiwan, and to finally help us and assess our child for dyslexia. I mean, for the love of God, how much?
Dysgraphia, Dad.
Dysgraphia. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it takes so much to they're incapable of leading a special education department, as far as I can tell, simply because they're failing our child, and that's my only rule. That's my only point of measure I have.
And you know,
and I know from other parents too, by the way, because they have had their fights, their shares of arguments, maybe not until the media, but they've had their share of arguments with the same department. And it's almost like they're trying to wear you out.
Yeah,
and then it will go away. No, this won't go away. This is your child. You don't. There's no undo button with your child, and as when it comes down to any education.
Chris, just to take for an example, my son has problems making friends. So he likes being in school, but he comes home and he says, "Mama, I'm so lonely. You know, I'm so lonely. I can't make friends." So I talk to the teachers, I talk to the admin and say, "Can we put in something in his IEP that teaches him to start a conversation and keep a conversation, so that he knows how to start when, you know, he may feel a child and they don't know how to approach another regular kid would." They denied that. They said, "No, let it happen naturally." I said, let it happen naturally, since it hasn't worked. Why? What's saying having the counselor work with him and so forth? And you know what? The counselor did come up with goals that to try and help my kid communicate with other students. And what did the team of teachers at Ocean View do, and the admin and the CRT? Denied it. So simple as to help him communicate with his peers better. They denied that. To what? Because they want to prove to the parents that they have power to kick him out and kick us out, and they don't have to follow anything. They have forgotten why they're there. They have forgotten why they're there. They're there to serve my child and your child and everybody else's kid. How can you deny something so simple as that? I can't provide that because I don't have the students at my house. The way he communicates with me and his little sister is different than being out in the crowd like every other kid. You know, it's heartbreaking. I love school, Mama, but I'm lonely. I want to make a friend. And I asked them, I told the vice principal, please put something in his IEP that said that you're going to have do that. No, didn't happen. Even suggestions from their own counselor, they took out of the IEP. So there's so much, that's just the gist of it, you know. And so even his, you know, because he's entitled to ESY under SPED, because he may lose some of the skills if he doesn't continue school in the summer, it's the CRT's job, place where he can continue that. Once Dylan was kicked out, they washed their hands of my child. I had to go find a place for him. He's a middle schooler, Chris, and he took ESY at a high school. I had to talk to, you know, there are angels everywhere, and thank God for Mr. Meno and Lennis Atienza from Southern High. I know I work with them, but I had to ask him, can my son come here? Because teachers in high school are certified to teach middle school. I said, can my son come here? It's already Friday, and he starts school on Monday, and he wants to be somewhere. He's like, Mama, where do I go? I want to go to school. And this is during summer. I said, please put him in. I'll do whatever it takes to get him a teacher for this summer. And they took him in. In 10 minutes, I was told, bring him. But whose job is that, to find a place for my kid? Is that my job? Or is it the CRT's job? Is it SPED's job? After they said, yes, he's qualified to go. He was even accepted into Ocean View's summer school program. I turned in the application on time so that he can go there. They said, nope, we're taking it back. He can't come. But the superintendent, the board, we're fighting to say, do something right. It's backwards. They should say, wait a minute, before anything of these happens, what's going to happen to your kid? Ask. Not let it happen to the kid and then let's see the parents. Let's see if they're willing to go up this hill. This is so hard. I wouldn't blame any parent if they stopped, because what my husband and I have gone through emotionally is difficult. I mean, even to my son to say, Mama, where am I going to school? I want to buy my uniform. And I say, well, just wait, son. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the superintendent. I'm waiting for them to tell me that it's okay for you to go. You know, he goes, he misses Ocean View. The staff, I tell you, the school aides are so loving to him. And he remembers that. Even though his teachers didn't stand up for him and didn't do the right thing for him, he says, I miss going to class. That's how innocent this kid is. He doesn't know that, you know, they don't give a SHIT what happened to him. And that is absolutely unbelievable. In fact, I'm going to say here right now, I think the admin at Ocean View should be removed, should be investigated. They shouldn't even be in their positions. Why does my kid have to leave and they get to stay? Why did that happen?
Yeah, that's cool.
Why did
There's
they
something wrong with that school. There's something wrong with that school, definitely. But we found that out very quickly after we were told all these nice things by the principal.
Wow. Well, I don't know where else we can go with this. I know you're trying to get it before the board, so I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your story.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, Paul, thank
Thank
you.
you, and-
Darlene, good luck. Definitely can
Thank you.
can say that I'm taking away that you care very deeply about your son, and you're trying to do what you feel is the best for him, right?
Yeah.
Thank you
so much.
That's that.
for letting me
Have a good weekend.
Okay.
7:34, quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next, right here. Good morning.
On August 28th, join us as we illuminate hope at the American Cancer Society Relay for Life Luminaria exhibit at the FDMS Phoenix Center. From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., witness the luminous display of lights, a representation of our love and respect for those who have battled cancer. We will remember those who have lost to cancer, honor those who have beaten this enemy, and support those who are currently enduring the treatments for cancer.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink.
Brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Times have changed and things are strange and we are so confused. Lives matter, but some are forced to choose. Keep your head up, pull your heart out. Yeah, we gotta believe that if we stand together, we'll make it through anything. It'll be okay if we're living for each other. Take it day by day. Our color doesn't matter.
Okay, welcome back to the Link, everybody, on a Friday. Chris, I got to tell you, man.
Why are you talking like that?
No, because I'm seriously. I mean, I'm. You know me. I try and like joke every once in a while.
Yeah.
This song is actually really evoking an emotional response from me, because this is Joe Guam, our buddy, right?
Yeah.
He actually wrote this song at the beginning of the pandemic to galvanize our community, and listen to the lyrics. I mean, he wrote this with his wife, his daughter, I believe.
To fill our hearts with love and happiness. Sun will always rise and shine again. It'll be okay if we're living for each other.
I just heard the hook and I was like just instant, like, I get triggered, I guess.
You all right, man?
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's a beautiful song, but I just remember at the beginning of the pandemic, none of us knew what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
But that idea of, we're going to be okay, let's stick together, let's listen to the authorities, let's do what's right and everything. We had Joe Guam's song come out. We had that beautiful picture that everybody and their mama shared on Twitter of, like our friends at the Guam Reef Hotel, where they actually illuminated certain rooms and it spelled the word hope.
Yeah.
At night. Just lighting up Tumon Bay and everything like that. And it's just, that song most people say, oh, that song took me back. And it's like, wow, that was That was a trip. I teared up there for a second.
You all right, man? I feel
Yeah.
you. Feel for you, bro. 647-8833.
Yeah.
The crisis
absolutely.
hotline, guys, if you're having the feels about everything that's going on. It's totally normal. Some very, very steel-hearted people are having the feels and the concerns, guys. So don't hesitate to reach out, especially someone like you, Jay. You might feel that, being in the media and, being high profile, that a lot of times that maybe you feel like there isn't anyone you can talk to because
Yeah.
you're Jason Solis.
Or we have to, like, doing what we do in the business is, we have to maintain that, stiff upper lip thing, and, we try and, be strong for you guys. But as we've done on this show, we're like, we're going to cry right
I
along
cried
with you guys.
like 5 times on this show
Yeah.
already. We got to do a supercut of all the times I cried. Good morning. It's 7:42.
I got an idea of something that we can lift everybody. So first
Yeah.
of all, that's a beautiful song by Joe Guam.
Yeah, got it.
I haven't heard it in about a year. That's why it evoked that emotion. But okay, we have a winner to give away. You got it, sir?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the winner of this week's Uno Go office party is Genevieve Balesta from Community First Guam, the Tamuning branch. And they have won lunch from Lone Star Steakhouse. So our friends at Uno Guam, they're not going to really put a lot of mileage on the old odometer for this one.
I tell you what.
They're going to pick up food. They're going to go right down the street, check out Community First. And Genevieve, because she actually sent in her application, and she and 14 of her coworkers are going to be treated to a fantastic lunch. Got some steak for lunch.
Nice.
When was the last time you actually had a big, thick steak for lunch?
The other day.
Nice.
Well, I had a big, thick steak for,
Yeah,
at my house.
And if you guys go to Community First, Community First Guam, Genevieve and her coworkers, because they're going to eat all that steak, they might be a little bit more, sympathetic if they're handing out, loan applications or
Right
stuff.
on, yep. Because it's
go check them out.
They're gonna have that oxytocin in their system from eating
Exactly.
that steak, right? Yep. The what's it called?
Tryptophan. No, that's turkey.
Yeah. Okay.
Tryptophan is turkey.
It's 7:44. Thank you.
Congratulations to Genevieve and
Good
her.
job.
Yeah.
Way to go. All right, let's head into the CNMI Zoom room. We just ask that you guys place your carry-on baggage in the compartments above you, as we're going to make the short flight over to Saipan in the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, where we have the spokesperson for the Office of the Governor of the CNMI, Mr. Kevin Bautista. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning,
How you
morning.
guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. How are you guys doing over there?
We're doing okay. Just like with Guam, we continue to monitor the Delta variant. We actually announced new entry requirements. Sorry, Chris, about
here
for
we
the
go.
CNMI for inbound travelers.
Here we go, guys. Heads up, new entry requirements because all the Guam people have been going over to NMI. So now there's some new development here. Kevin, what are the new travel requirements?
Just from an abundance of caution that's happening with what we're seeing with the spike in cases from inbound travelers coming to the CNMI. So effective today, all inbound travelers are required to quarantine in a designated government facility. What that means is that before we used to have home quarantine protocols in the past where upon lodging assessment, folks would be able to go into visiting family and then go and stay with them and be in home quarantine. But now with this new guidance that came out last night from our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and our COVID-19 task force, all travelers will be required to quarantine in a designated government facility for 5 days. Travelers will be tested for COVID-19 on arrival and on their 5th day. That hasn't changed. And then all travelers who test positive for COVID-19 will be isolated in the facility for 10 days. And then all pending home quarantine applications will be denied. Travelers currently in home quarantine are expected to complete their quarantine at home and are required to report to their 5th day test.
Kevin, does this new travel requirement policy include individuals who are fully vaccinated?
That is correct. That includes all inbound travelers, vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Does it also?
And that's
is there
I'm
still?
sorry, and
I'm sorry. Is there still a requirement to bring the negative PCR test if you're just going to go into quarantine?
Only for travelers who are requesting critical or essential work approval. They'll be evaluated based on the strength of the work justification, their point of origin, and of course, what you said, negative PCR test results stated no more than 72 hours prior to arrival. as well as their vaccination. So yes, we have these added layers for folks that are requesting essential work, and that includes their negative testing, their vaccination, proof of vaccination, and then continuing to practice the COVID-19 precautions that we're continuing to preach with both our regional partners and here on island.
Guys, this is huge. CNMI has reinstituted quarantine for incoming travelers as part of their incoming traveler requirements. Kev, let's talk about what led to this decision.
A lot of this has to do with, just the spike in cases regarding the Delta variant that's happening in the States. We are cognizant of our brothers and sisters in Guam. And at the same time, too, we want to be able to make sure that the CNMI hasn't seen any community spread of COVID-19 over the last several months, and we want to keep it that way. That's the priority of the governor, priority of our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation and our task force, and we want to be able to continue to work proactively in terms of keeping the people here safe, our Manamku, our people with pre-existing conditions, and continuing the success that we've had in terms of maintaining this level of no community spread here in the Commonwealth.
Sorry, I'm just. So was this like? I mean, when looking at you guys did have concerns about the Delta variant, was this kind of like what you looked at as the most important and impactful thing you could do to keep the CNMI safe? Because we're currently we're tracking that our governor is going to release some restrictions. Probably, I mean, because of the same reason, right? There's a lot of concern about we're in week 3 of a crazy surge. Kev, I don't know if you read KUAM News, but yeah, we're on week 3 of a crazy surge. So when the governor and all the CHC Health Corporation, all those people kind of looked at like, what can we do? Was that the best thing that they decided on?
This is the best thing that we're able to do with the information that we have. And at the end of the day, we're focused on seeing what spots of potential infection that will come into the CNMI, where those gaps are. And the gaps are at our border. The gaps are within our quarantine facility and folks coming in. And we're not necessarily going to say it's just Guam. It's coming from the mainland. It's going to be folks that are coming into the CNMI. And we're cognizant as well that because we opened up our travel bubble with South Korea, and we're trying to expand on those travel bubbles with other jurisdictions, we want to be able to look at our gaps of COVID-19 infection and see what we can do to protect the community. In terms of restrictions here locally, domestically, we haven't had the truth is we haven't had any restrictions of some kind, like a social gathering restriction. We haven't had that in a long time. People, like most events, I was at a funeral yesterday. I was at a funeral the week before. There's no strict limitation to the extent that we need to go, like below 50% occupancy or below or anything like that, where we're reducing normal social gatherings. That hasn't been the case. From an abundance of caution, though, most businesses and establishments are still maintaining a social distancing requirement of 75% occupancy. That's just across the board, both mutually from the government's guidance as well as folks in the private sector, our church community, and businesses around the Commonwealth.
Is there a mask mandate or anything like that?
Good question, Bree. There is currently no mask mandate. However, there is discussion about ascertaining whether or not we're going to be having one. The mask mandate here in the scene, the issue about a mask mandate here in the CNMI, just to preface it for the viewers on Guam, is that since the beginning of the pandemic, Governor Torres and our Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation did not implement a formal mask mandate. Like there was nothing explicit within an executive order that says you got to wear a mask. We only went with CDC guidance and public health guidance that focuses in on the 3 W's: washing your hands, wearing a mask, watching your distance. And we preached that in a way where it sounded like you had to, right? Obviously, but there was nothing explicit within our regulations or within our
So
executive
people
orders.
just did it, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
people just did it. Exactly. People just did it. And we did a nice public information campaign that focused people on making sure that when you're wearing your mask, you're doing it not just for yourself, but you're doing it for the person next to you. Yeah. And here in the cinema, we're very fortunate to have a culture of cooperation by our people who look out for folks that may not be able to get by if they do get through a COVID-19 infection. And that's our priority. The governor preached it from the very beginning. Protect our manamko, protect our people with pre-existing conditions, and protect the people that you love the most. And that message resonated around our community. And even now, we've got some pushback from folks who were not wanting us to expand the travel bubble with South Korea. And then we continue to just talk about how our travel bubble is focused on making sure that we can restart our economy back to where we want it to be, back to where it was back in 2019, or even before 2019, back before Super Typhoon Yutu in 2018. And you know, as a government, we have to deal with those issues. We have to deal with economic viability issues. We got to deal with the public health and safety and security of our people. And Governor Torres has been really focused on being proactive in that regard. And so far, the COVID-19 response in CNMI has been where we wanted to be, and we wanted to continue to do that. There's going to be tweaks along the way. This is an evolving situation, as you often hear. And then trust me, as a public information officer, I hate saying that. But at the end of the day, for our media
Hey, at
partners,
least you're saying something, bro. We don't hear nothing out of our communications people here.
No, but for our media partners, our family on Guam, we want to be as transparent as possible with the information that we have readily available, and we want to continue keeping that relationship with our media partners and with the experts around our field and our friends and family around the region who want to know what's going on in the Northern Marianas.
For the quarantine, does that also apply to the Korean travel bubble tourists or to the tourists that come there?
The Korean travel bubble is maintaining its current restrictions, and that includes the fact that they need to come in with a negative test. Obviously, a proof of vaccination would help expedite the process for them, but because we are labeling it a bubble, the bubble includes also from our end domestically. We're keeping the tourists as segregated as possible away from our local residents. Obviously, there's going to be some overlap. We have some hotel staff that are going to be interacting with these tourists. So what we're doing with our hotel partners, the Hotel Association of the Northern Marianas, the Marianas Visitors Authority, and our private sector partners and hotel partners, we're also making sure that the staff that are in the hotels are well protected and that they're quarantined away from their families when they finish work on any given day, and that continues to be working so far as we see tourists coming in from Korea. But at the same time too, just like with anything, it's a valve. We like with Korea seeing some spikes in cases themselves. There aren't as many tourists coming in on a given flight. There could be they wouldn't be able to meet load capacity on a given flight, and then we just have to adjust as they come. But then when this bubble started coming in, we were seeing close to about 90 to 100 tourists a flight, and from that point, we knew that we had to step up our game and really make sure that this travel bubble was working. I was in a meeting with the governor a couple weeks ago with members of the South Korean Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. That's their tourism ministry. And they were very impressed with the way that we're doing quarantine and how we're keeping our community safe. They actually, their biggest comment was the measures we're taking to keep our local community safe, while at the same time too preaching the fact that we are going to continue keeping every visitor safe too. which they appreciate. But then they were just very pleased with the way that we were doing everything we could to keep everyone locally here safe. And they were going, and they even mentioned that they're going to even take it back to South Korea to see what they can do to add to their restrictions or to their mitigation measures in South Korea. So again, it's a push and pull with COVID-19. Here in the CNMI, we continue to be cognizant of the Delta variant, but we're also being cognizant about some bigger issues here. Restarting the economy, helping out small businesses, helping out our nonprofits. The governor has been recently working with several nonprofits on expanding their operations by giving them some of the ARPA funding that has been allocated for nonprofits under the spending plan. And so far, that's been moving along as we go.
So was that a no? They're not subject to the new entry requirements of the 5-day quarantine?
They are not under this specific guidance. They are going to be subject to the guidance that we have established with them directly, which honestly is the same. Is pretty much the same thing. They still have to do a quarantine within a specific lodging within the CNMI. And they'll be quarantined for 5 days as well within that lodging assessment, and within that lodging, I mean, and then from there they continue to be tourists within the bubble, as segregated as possible from the local community, but at the same time too getting a chance to experience what our beautiful island has to offer here on Saipan as well as Tinian and Rota.
Kev, I want to go back to the reinstatement of mandatory quarantine for incoming travelers to the NMI. What about returning CNMI residents who are coming from, like, let's say a COVID hotspot, like maybe like Guam, for example?
Great question, Chris. So yes, this new entry requirement update that we're making effective today includes those returning CNMI residents, vaccinated or unvaccinated. They're going to be going back to quarantine at one of our government facilities.
Not at home.
Not at home. Not at home. Just because CHUC continues to monitor guidance from the CDC, and we're going to be continuing to listen to the science and the experts on that, keeping our community safe. We understand that's going to be an inconvenience for others, and we respect that. But at the same time, too, we're harping back on the fact that we were one of the first places in the states doing this type of quarantine measure, where we're putting every single traveler into quarantine facilities, and from there, we were able to stop the spread right early on. Granted, we had a couple of people in the past break through, and the quarantine was exactly and we did see some community spread at one point.
Right. Yeah. Kev, I got to get in here, Kev. We're going to jump over the top of the hour if you don't mind holding. We did have a question about the cost of quarantine, so we'll get to that in just a sec. It's 8 o'clock right here on The Breeze and Facebook Live. We are The Link. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. As always, we run the back half of the show 8 to 10 on KUAM TV. So get ready, KUAM TV. Here we come. KUAM TV. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, morning. It's Friday. Woohoo! Is it GovGuan payday?
I think so.
I think so.
It's payday for us.
Okay.
It's the 20th.
All right. Not too loud. It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, KUAM TV. This is The Link. Miss a lot. No, miss a link, miss a lot. Do not miss the link, okay? First of all, we're on right now with Kevin Bautista, the CNMI Governor's Office. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The CNMI has reinstated mandatory quarantine for incoming travelers to NMI. And this includes NMI residents. If you're traveling into the CNMI, vaccinated, unvaccinated, if you got 3 eyes on your forehead, 6 feet, doesn't matter, you're going into quarantine at a government facility. Unless you get one of these exemptions, which, from what Kevin's saying, is not going to be that easy to do if you're outside of essential or critical work in the NMI. Kev, but we wanted to ask about the cost of the quarantine, because I know that one way you guys were able to keep the NMI safe, and I think they deserve a round of applause for keeping themselves safe from the COVID. There's definitely so much we could learn from these guys if we weren't so silly about the whole Guam versus CNMI thing. But what kept you guys safe was that you made people pay for the quarantine. Right? So that was a question that we had, was who is going to pay for the quarantine for incoming travelers, Kev?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Well, Hafaday and Buenos Guam to the KOM TV viewers. So the conversation we were having right before the top of the hour was just focused on making sure that we're articulating this new quarantine requirement for the CNMI. All travelers required a quarantine. In terms of the cost of quarantine, we understand that we used to have an actual fee that deterred travelers, but we understand that a lot of borders are opening up as well. So there is no fee at the moment from what I'm receiving from the task force and CHEC. Obviously, just like a valve, we're going to continue to be fluid with the evolving situation, but at the end of the day, we are just going to be taking in all travelers into our quarantine designated facility in the way that we have at the beginning of the pandemic, focusing on keeping our local community safe here in the CNMI.
So it's on the house.
So to speak, yes.
Yeah. Bree?
Have you guys gotten any FEMA reimbursements? Have you guys had to? Has the CNMI government paid anything for the quarantine and isolation facilities, or was the cost all borne from that $400 entrance fee?
So the CNMI quarantine facilities, obviously there were some out-of-pocket costs at the beginning of the pandemic locally in order for us to jumpstart the process of protecting our borders. But at the same time too, we've kept FEMA looped in the process from the very beginning. And I mean that like strictly from the very beginning. FEMA has been incredibly involved in the process here in the CNMI to help pay for quarantine costs, as well as the putting up the quarantine facilities here in the CNMI and making them operational, and outfitting them in a way where they're able to take on a surge of travelers, as well as any potential surges in positive cases as well. So they've been directly involved in the process. FEMA reimbursements continue to go as they go. There is a process mandated by FEMA, and we don't have to get into the technical side of it, but at the end of the day, the communication between FEMA, our Public Assistance Office, our Governor's Authorized Representative, under the FEMA regulations, continue to work in tandem to keep these COVID-19 quarantine facilities up and running, to keep our community safe.
Can we talk about ARPA? How much money have you guys released to the community and to the businesses and all of that?
You guys put out your STEMI cards, right?
Yeah, we did. So
check this out, Guam. Well, we're over here arguing about a rise, all rise, while you got no rice. Over the NMI, they gave every taxpayer $500 in a card that they spend on island. Every taxpayer got it. So don't give me that. You're waiting on the final guidelines of the EDSI, the ARPA, Treasury, whatever. Don't give me that, because they did it in Saipan. People got money. I'm starting to hate you, Kev. Starting close. But for now, let's put that on hold and let's go ahead and talk about the rollout. Putting this money into the hands of the people. That's kind of what the ARPA is all about, really.
Right, you're right. We're just having a fun conversation right now, Chris. Yeah. At the end of the day, going back to ARPA and the local stimulus that we just rolled out last week. So it's $500 per taxpayer, and we put that into essentially a debit card. And the reason why we put it into a debit card was because the goal for what a stimulus is supposed to be is supposed to stimulate the local economy. That's the reason why it's called a stimulus. It's to stimulate the local economy. We understand that there were concerns about why wasn't it put into a check or why wasn't it put into a direct deposit like we did in the last 2 federal stimulus packages. With this local stimulus package, we're a local island economy that still hasn't seen normal economic activity for the last 2 years. And for us, we know that as a government, we want to continue to help the people of the CNMI get through this pandemic. But at the same time, too, we want to be able to also ensure that we're helping out local businesses as well with this local stimulus through a debit card that can only be used on businesses here in the CNMI. Pay for essential needs, such as groceries and any items that are needed here on island. On top of that, our nutrition assistance program also came out with what's called the PEBT, the pandemic food stamp program, so to speak. And with that, a lot of families are getting the help they need with the essential funding that's coming in to help defray costs of food, necessities, and everything just to keep going for this pandemic. And the governor and the administration continues to focus on making sure that we continue to help supporting a lot of our local businesses and stimulating the economy with this opportunity that we have. And not just that, focused on also making sure that we can continue to build back better with the ARPA funding that we're using to help rebuild the local economy from an industry perspective, from tourism, from everything else in between.
How much in stimulus did you guys give out?
I don't have the aggregate number, Bree, unfortunately. I apologize for that, but it's $500 per taxpayer. And I wish I could do the math right now about how many taxpayers we have. I don't have that on me right now, but it's $500 per taxpayer here in the CNMI.
Well, that's good news for the CNMI.
Anything else you have to make us feel bad about?
Yeah, anything else to make us more malago than we already are?
No, we're
Guys, stop making Kevin the Debbie Downer, man. He's a good guy, man.
He is.
We love messing with you.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I'm just saying,
Hey, Kev, if you should ever decide to block Chris and or Bree and everything like that, just message me and I'll
Jay
get
got
through to
you.
him.
Jay got you. I'm just saying.
I'll
like,
be your proxy, bro.
I'm just saying.
Oh, thanks, bro.
We've been waiting for our gov to come out and do something about this 3-week surge. Kev, we have bars that are telling me, hey, we're not going to wait for the restrictions. We're going to dial back on our own. We got the mayor of Umatics said, don't come to my village and expect a party of 50, 100 people. We're limiting it to 25. Right? So we're already kind of policing ourselves. And while everyone's waiting for our governor to come out and say something, as Delta continues to dig deep and run rampant in our community, you guys are reinstituting quarantine. You're getting money out to the people, which is exactly what ARPA is all about. And we're just, if you guys didn't have that quarantine, I'd be on the first plane over there.
We'd love to have you, Chris, but at the same time, too, we also want to make sure that you have a negative test and
yeah, no connects. No connects.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you guys so much. It's just awesome.
You stay
All right,
safe,
Kev.
man.
Be safe, my
Have a
friend.
good weekend, Kev.
Okay. Yeah, no hard feelings.
Have fun without your mask.
Yeah. Yeah, fun without your mask. I mean, God, I want to say that the NMI is probably like a Republican's wet dream because they don't have a mask mandate. They got no COVID, right? And meanwhile, in the States, they're trying to take masks out of the equation in places where COVID is going crazy.
You know, I just thought about something when Kev was talking about, you know, the effectiveness of like their marketing campaigns and the communications message, everything. I remember something because Nestor and I actually caught up with Governor Torres a couple of weeks ago. We did an interview with him for Interpol Zoom, and he was still reiterating, you know, that concept that really resonated. He was saying, you know, the idea of, you know, 6 feet apart or 6 feet underground. I mean, that makes an impact on people. I know the Governor Ralph Torres has said that a number of times. Every time it does, I mean, it makes a psychological impact. I mean, it really. Kev's still on. Kev, do you want to speak to that? Just about how that message has resonated with the folks at the CNMI?
Yeah, Jace, I just thank you for bringing that up. And I mean, you have better memory than I do. The governor loves saying that about COVID-19. 6 feet apart or 6 feet under. That was the message that he came up with at the beginning of the pandemic, and that resonated with a lot of people here.
It's a harrowing truth. I mean,
yeah. I mean, and let's be real. Like, just like Guam, the CNMI is built on its most basic unit, which is the family, right? And family is so important to our cultures here in the Marianas, both territories, and for us, what we need to do to protect our families is to ensure that we're doing everything we can to keep people safe, under the environment of cooperation, but at the same time too, focusing on making sure that you look out for each other and do that self-policing too. That self-policing really helped out for us as a government, because we're coming in with guidance from CDC and, you know, like, off from the CDC, like, what's that? You know, we're like, who is that? Like, what is it? You know, like, and all that, and you know, and like, what's this federal guidance that's coming out? Like, what is this? What is that? What is social distancing? These concepts were so foreign to us before 2020, and just like everyone else, the government was also trying to adjust. We didn't know what these concepts were too. And we were trying to listen to the experts, listen to our public health experts, and talk about what we needed to do as a community. And Governor Torres knew that as the governor, he needed to come in and preach that. And right now, our biggest concern isn't COVID. Our biggest concern is restarting our economy, because we need an economy here to survive, and that's continuing to be the goal that we have here in the CNMI.
Yeah, well, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and hopefully, you know, not just the rest of the region, Kev, but the rest of the world, you know, would pay attention and, you know, hopefully use a lot of what you guys did, you know, as a model for success. So congratulations to all of our neighbors up north, man. We appreciate it.
Good thing you can't see our noses under these masks.
Thanks, guys. But at the same time, too, we continue to look out for our brothers and sisters in Guam. We're watching what's happening down there, and trust me, we really are. And not just from a government standpoint about the surge of COVID that's coming in, but we want to be able to also look out for our brothers and sisters in Guam. We're all one family here in the Marianas, and we continue to think about that.
Right on. Kev, we want to, if you got time next week, we wanted to bring you on and just talk really like communications, right? Just in your role. So what have some of the challenges been? What are the priorities? And just communicating and messaging during this pandemic. So if you could put that on your calendar if you're not too busy spending your $500 stimulus.
For sure. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Kev. All right. Okay, now for real, bye.
Next time you try and call him, I'm sorry, the operator is not responding.
Right.
Your number is not being accepted.
Yeah, it's 8:15, Friday, August 20th. We just got to take a super quick break, and then we're going to come back with news. Guys, you're going to want to listen in because we're getting the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. There was a high-level meeting yesterday with the director of Rev and Tax relative to the All Rise application process. Very important information is coming your way next, and you're only going to get it here on the link. It's 8:16. Good morning.
On August 28th, join us as we illuminate hope at the American Cancer Society Relay for Life Luminaria exhibit at the FDMS Phoenix Center. From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., witness the illuminous display of lights, a representation of our love and respect for those who have battled cancer. We will remember those who have lost to cancer, honor those who have beaten this enemy, and support those who are currently enduring the treatments for cancer.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
.9 FM.
Hey, good morning. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. This is The Link. My name is Chris, Jason Solis. We got Joe Sir. We're on KUAM TV. Good morning, KUAM TV, Friday. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Our 8 o'clock newscast is proudly sponsored by our friends at Pacific Points, and here with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Solis-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. The surge in positive cases continues. The Joint Information Center reporting that 82 new cases were positive out of 1,056 tests performed on Wednesday. 31 cases were identified through contact tracing. 2 cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 9,200 officially reported cases of COVID-19 with 144 deaths. 412 cases are in isolation, and there have been 8,577 recoveries. A total of 16 people are hospitalized, 2 patients receiving ICU level of care, 1 patient on a ventilator. The JIC reports that at least 14 of the patients are unvaccinated. The CAR scores jumped to 10.4. The Guam Department of Education also reports 7 more students have tested positive for COVID and 1 employee. Here's the breakdown of the latest cases. 1 student at BP Carbolito Elementary School, 2 students at Liguan Elementary School, 1 student at FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, a student at Antillon Middle School, a student at Atacao Elementary School, a student at John F. Kennedy High School, and an employee at UMS. 3 additional Catholic schools have a confirmed new COVID infection. The Archdiocese of Agana announcing that a student from Bishop Bumgarner Memorial School in Sinahania, St. Francis Catholic School in Jotnya, and Dominican Catholic School in Jigo tested positive for the virus. The Archdiocese and school officials are working with public health on contact tracing. That brings to 7 the total number of Catholic school students who are positive for COVID-19. Earlier this week, we reported 1 case at Notre Dame, 1 at Academy, and 2 at FD. Another Port Authority of Guam employee testing positive for COVID. This is the 4th COVID-19 case reported in the last 2 weeks. The employee is fully vaccinated and was exposed to a person with the virus who was not with the port. 5 personnel were identified as close contacts and will be scheduled for testing. The CDC, in the meantime, says anyone who received either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine will now need a 3rd booster shot 8 months after becoming fully vaccinated. Natalie Brand reports.
COVID booster shots could be widely available for millions of Americans beginning next month.
We are getting indication that as time goes by, particularly in the context of the Delta variant, that the protection against infection is diminishing significantly.
Studies from overseas show fully vaccinated people are beginning to exhibit worsening symptoms in their breakthrough cases.
So in our process to stay ahead of this virus, we're starting to see it in infection. We're concerned we will see it in severe disease, and we're planning ahead to stay ahead.
But with millions still unvaccinated, President Biden announced nursing homes that receive Medicare or Medicaid payments will now need to ensure their staff is fully vaccinated.
With this announcement, I'm using the power of the federal government
as a payer of healthcare costs to ensure we reduce those risks to our most vulnerable seniors.
The CDC says the number of people getting their first vaccine dose has fallen for 5 straight days.
I did not get the vaccination just because I feel it's government pushed on the people, pretty much. And I just feel it's poison in my eyes.
But health officials say the vaccine is still the best way to prevent infection, hospitalization, and death.
We have a pandemic of a Delta virus that's ravaging our community, and we have a pandemic of misinformation.
The U.S. had a total of 400,000 new COVID cases for the entire month of June and is now approaching nearly 2 million so far this month. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
COVID testing continues today at the Old Teadsden Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 400 PCR tests are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Testing is free. Bring a photo ID. Vaccination clinics are being held today at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and also at the Northern Region Community Health Center in Dededo from 1 to 4 p.m. There will also be a drive-through vaccination clinic tomorrow at the UOG parking lot across the School of Business and Public Administration. That's from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you're traveling to the CNMI, news you need to know. Starting today, all inbound travelers, vaccinated or unvaccinated, are required to quarantine in a designated government facility for 5 days. Now, on the 5th day, you will then be tested. If negative, you're free, but if you are positive, you will be isolated in the designated government facility for 10 days. Home quarantine also being discontinued. However, travelers that are currently in home quarantine are expected to complete it and then take a COVID test on the 5th day. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division was activated following a fatal car crash involving 2 cars that occurred along Route 15 in Jigo at around 7 o'clock last night. Guam Fire Department spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff says GFD transported 1 minor who was in stable condition to GMH. She adds 2 adults who were transported to GRMC with serious injuries. One of the patients was a male who was unconscious and unresponsive. The other patient was a female. She was transported with CPR being conducted en route. From what we just heard from Paul Tapau, the female was the one who passed away. Meanwhile, the female victim in the auto pedestrian accident Wednesday in Dededo remains at GRMC. She was brought there following the incident, which occurred just before 6 a.m. along Route 16 near the 7 days, Route 15 near the Route 16 near the 7-Day Supermarket. GPD Sergeant Paul Tapau told KUAM that the investigation is ongoing and he could not confirm whether any arrests were made, if any citations were issued, or whether drugs or alcohol played a role in the incident. 37-year-old drug defendant Andrew Manabusan is scheduled to appear this afternoon for a detention hearing. Earlier this week, he was arraigned in district court where he pled not guilty to drug charges. Manabusan was recently extradited to Guam from California, where he allegedly mailed a package that contained more than 3,600 gross grams of meth that was received by former police officer and former DOC officer Jose Ananich. The court also granted a request to unseal that indictment. A trial is scheduled for Manabusan on October 26. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. By today, we could be seeing an executive order from the governor mandating restrictions in response to the spike in COVID cases. Here's more.
He's been asking for restrictions for more than a week now.
I guess she had to make the final decision, balancing when the right time to do it.
And according to chair of the governor's physicians advisory group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen, the governor is ready.
I'm pretty sure that I think it's come out tomorrow or Saturday, but yeah, restriction will be in place on some multiple things, in business and gathering, all that kind of stuff. But the final numbers, she had to put that number out.
Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, couldn't provide specifics, but says the governor is considering multiple options and scenarios.
So right now, restaurants and bars are allowed to be at 100% capacity. And so there needs to be some heavy consideration on that. We've already seen places like New York and San Francisco putting in measurements where you have to be fully vaccinated in order to be able to go into these restaurants or bars and gyms and other indoor spaces. And so that's something that, of course, is being heavily considered as well. And it's also a matter of how to make that practical and not to put a tremendous burden on the businesses here also in terms of how to enforce that and that they have proper guidance as well if that were to be the case. And so that's something to consider. And those that choose not to do it, what are their options also? What I mean by that is a business chooses not to require vaccinations. What are their restrictions instead? And so those are all things that are being there, and I suspect that that we'll get some more clarity before the week's over.
With a surge of more than
because if you don't, then corporations like Samsung and anybody, even half their size, they're always going to look at the bottom line. The bottom line is always the profits. And so if they can just disregard the environment and disregard rules and stuff like that, because later on they just send you a check, then they're going to continue to do it, because that check is not going to compare to the amount of profit and money they make by these huge projects.
Guam EPA issued a notice of violation against the contractor last month. It proposed $18 million in penalties, but Guam law caps the amount that can be assessed to $125,000. The AG's office has also filed a lawsuit. Additionally, the Guam Contractors Licensing Board has plans to issue an NOV and issue fines and penalties. The U.S. EPA is also expected to arrive to Guam to conduct an assessment for the possible violation of the Clean Water Act. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Local entertainment and icon and businessman James Jimmy D. Flores has passed. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero offered condolences, saying, "Today we are deeply heartbroken by the passing of the local legend whose music has become synonymous with the Hafaday spirit." Speaker Teresa Lahi offered prayers to D's wife Jackie, his children Jimmy and Jolene, and his grandchildren. She said she's grateful for the legacy of art that he left behind. D had often performed at major tourism events with his dance troupe, the Chamaritas, and Guam Visitors Bureau President Carl Gutierrez and his wife Jerry, who are the godparents for D's children, said D devoted his life to promoting Guam and developing opportunities to showcase our beautiful people and culture. D was also an active businessman and is the namesake of the popular Jimmy D's Beach Bar in Tamoney. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Continuing on with our newscast, we head into the Zoom room where we have the Mayor's Council of Guam President, PD Mayor Jesse Allig. Good morning, Mayor.
Hafaday, good morning.
Hafaday, I wanted to follow up on the meeting that you had with the Department of Revenue and Taxation regarding the All Rise Act. And so I wasn't sure if you guys were talking about, what's going to happen when September 1st rolls in. So what exactly did you guys discuss with Daphne?
Yes, we met with the director and the deputy director, and we discussed the implementation of the program the governor wants to push out by September 1st. And so there will be paper applications prepared, and the mayor's offices will be distribution sites. What's important, I think, for everyone to know is it is a first come, first serve basis. And so you have to turn in your application quickly. There's only two ways to submit an application, and one is online. And when you do it online, you must create an account on the tax website. So that's one way. And the second way is in person. And it has to be in person, and it's not mailed or in the Dropbox. And it's in person because they have to stamp date the applications. The applications don't have to be submitted by the taxpayer themselves. It can be submitted by representative. And so one of the concerns a mayor had was for homebound residents or for homebound taxpayers or those that are not able to go in to personally submit it to DRT, a representative can submit that form and that application to DRT on your behalf. There will be a listing of where these applications will be ready for pickup. To note though, in Dedido, we don't want to flood the Dededo Mayor's office because we know how populated the village is. So the Dededo Mayor has graciously opened up the Astumbo Center and the Dededo Center for distribution sites for applications. Again, the applications are not ready yet, but as soon as they are, residents can pick them up or they can simply file online. And of course, DRT and we're all kind of recommending to file online because it's quicker. And the director says it takes less than 15 minutes to complete. And so if we can assist those that are not able to go online, to do it online so that they can, submit their application quicker, that's the best thing to do. GIGO, because they're also very populated, the applications will only be available at the GIGO Senior Center. And the reason why the mayor has decided to use the center is because the flow of traffic would be better at the GIGO Senior Center. So again, the GIGO distribution site for the applications will only be the GIGO Senior Citizen Center. And of course, he did not want to use the mayor's office because of the school traffic as well. And again, we want to be as accommodating to everyone as possible. And so that's what we have so far. Of course, we're hoping to be as supportive of our residents as possible. So those of us that are able to assist our residents with online applications, we certainly will. It is important to note that not all the mayor's offices are equipped to assist residents with their online applications. So you'll have to check with your individual mayor's office if they're able to assist. And there are a few of us that are able to help. There are no attachments to these applications. You do not need any other forms to attach to the application, whether it's in when you're submitting in person or online. So it's simply an application that you complete, sign, and submit. If it's an application online, just the submission itself is your certification and your signature, just as if you were going to submit any other tax document or tax information on the tax account. And I believe that's really about it. Our employees and some of us mayors will go through a training on how the application will actually be completed and processed next week, so that we can help as many residents as possible. Our goal with the applications is to have it available beforehand, or DRT's goal is to have it available beforehand, before September 1st. And the mayor's goal is to make sure that we have it as accessible as possible, so that everyone who is in need of this assistance can have the application readily available, so that September 1st they can submit, and those that are filing online are not going to only be the first ones. So as of now, they do have to line up at DRT to submit your application in person.
Mayor, let me ask you this, because we're talking about a program that a lot of elderly, a lot of disabled are going to try to avail of. So from what you understand, will proxies be allowed to stand in line for?
That's correct. Yes, you can have a representative submit your application. Yes, and that's a good thing, because we do have we know of our homebound residents and those that are not able to make it, right? And some people actually have to work 8 to 5 and can't get to DRT before they close. So as of now, they will not have any extended hours. I think it'll just be the regular 8 to 5 hours Monday through Friday. And so that's part of our campaign as well. As soon as the applications are ready, is for residents to pick them up. And again, the applications are not ready, and I'm sure it'll just be, it'll flood media as soon as the applications are ready.
Right. Yeah.
Is it going to be at midnight when it goes live, the website, and because I know that Daphne was mentioning midnight, but then she kind of was like, oh, well, let me rethink that. But do you know? You know
what? I heard you ask that question, and unfortunately, I didn't ask the question, and it didn't come up. So we can ask it on Monday, and I'll make a note of that, so that we
Daph just messaged me that they're going to be coming out with a release today about all this info.
Okay.
Mayor, since it is first come, first serve, was there a lot of discussion about how to kind of level the playing field so that everyone kind of has a fair shot at getting in the application? Early?
Yeah, that's why I think Daphne reached out to the mayor's office and the mayor's offices, and also they are reaching out to other organizations like the FSM community and those with disabilities, which I think is a great thing. I mean, it's a good idea because our residents seek services elsewhere other than the mayor's office, and I'm glad that there's forward thinking in that, and that the dissemination of these applications are going to be as wide as possible. And our goal also at the mayor's offices are to spread it as far as we can. And I did mention the churches because there are some village mayors that are, as far as proximity, are close to the church, and so we can share these applications with the churches as well. And it's not just the Catholic churches. There are other churches in our villages that we can share that with. And so we will do it.
Was there any discussion on whether or not GovGuam employees will be able to use their GovGuam work computers to apply for the All Rise?
No, we did not ask the question. I did not ask the question. It didn't come up.
Can you ask on Monday?
I can ask on Monday.
Yeah, you're just asking these kind of questions because it feels like it's like the big, amazing race or something.
Yeah, it's like Hunger Games.
Yeah.
It totally is. I mean,
you're going to be so bad.
People in that line are going to be knocking over Tanana. They're going to be like, watch out, Tanana, I was here first.
Hunger Games. Can I have my All Rise payment? I volunteer as a tribute.
Yeah.
For my All Rise.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
About it,
how are they going to monitor that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it can be monitored, right? You can determine where it came from, but oh my gosh, we just need to get the money to the people.
Exactly.
I mean, right? I mean, if they did, what if we consider that? Well, the employee used their 15 minutes in the morning to do it, right? I mean, can we be compassionate enough to allow it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely going to be the naysayers for sure.
You mentioned computers, but
really
you mentioned possible access of computers if mayors can provide the ability.
Oh well, then there you go. That means that we can't use it if we're going to get that detailed, right?
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't use our computers at the office to help our residents if government employees themselves can't use them.
But these are GovGuam employees applying on a GovGuam computer. We're talking about residents in your community, that don't have computers. I mean, in that case, and if you're a resident, go to any, go to the governor's office then and fill it out. Use their computers. But I'm just saying that I know when we talked to you before, you said that you'd been in discussions, I think, with Lieutenant Governor on getting more technology. Which I would think would be computers in mayor's offices. So where are you guys in those discussions, and when are you guys going to get technology upgrades in the mayor's office?
I did communicate with him on it, and it's still in the process. It's supposedly happening. So, but we have not received the equipment or the software. So we talked about it, and it is. It was just as recent as last month that we had that discussion about that. So it's still, but I want to go back to using the computers. I mean, we couldn't determine unless we asked if, John Doe came in, how would we know John Doe is not a government employee?
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
It was just a question, Mayor. I'm pretty sure no one's even got there yet.
Yeah. Well, of course you guys are going to get there, but I'm just saying that if we make it a big deal, then that's going to be more difficult for us to control who's going to use the computers. And the public library system is going to open their areas and their computers to allow residents to file online.
Yeah.
So that's also government, right?
I mean, can you apply while you're at work?
Yeah, basically.
Could it be your 15-minute break? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Could it be your 15-minute break?
Apply at lunch.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Mayor, let me just ask you this for the people of Guam. I'm asking this on behalf of the people of Guam. Was there any indication from Daphne or anybody at DRT that the governor is inclined to lift the $30 million cap and do away with all this, making the people fight for the All Rise? Did they say anything about that?
No, there was no discussion about that. at all.
Okay. Well, Mayor, I know we get you on Monday. You're good, right, Bree?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much for the info. We're tracking a release from DRT or the governor's office to come out later today. Thank you, Mayor.
Viva Betness.
There you go.
Viva.
Betness. And we're going to keep it moving in the newscast here, Bree. We're going to bring on the Deputy Director of the Department of Administration, Bernie Guinness, here for an update on our Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Bernie, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Hi, Bree, Chris.
Good morning.
So, you wanted to find out where we're at, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have, as far as total applications received, it's 2,970. We have eligible 1,638. Out of that, so far we've expended about, what is this? 3,108,000 is what we put out so far on queue, meaning that we've got a couple of batches that are already towards reaching for payment. That's about another 600,000 in the next in the next week or so that we are expecting to pay out as well. So we're looking into it's about 3,707,000 of what we've spent so far for the ERA program. Again, we are just encouraging, of course, we're still in cycle 2, and we're encouraging the community to just continue to apply. We are looking into incorporating a cycle 3 program, which would be coming sometime mid-September. Actually, September 6th is where we're going to put that out, and we're going to announce it publicly. With that particular cycle, we're going to go ahead and include additional financial assistance into the program, which would be we're looking into putting internet services and then also like some relocation costs to it as well. So we'll be putting that out. We're kind of preparing all our documentation, recreating the forms, and then we'll publicly announce that so that if there are individuals out there in the community who are interested and or seeking assistance in that particular criteria, then certainly they can still apply with us.
Wait, are you saying that I could get government money to pay for my internet?
Under the ERA program, within the ERA program and within the ERA criteria. So that'll be additional. It would be just considered additional financial assistance that we are going to provide. Because initially, right now, it's just the rental assistance. It is the utilities, which is power, water, and solid waste. Right. So we, certainly we're like 5 to 6 months into this particular program, and again, it is a brand new. It's something that's brand new. So we're looking at what all else is there that is covered within this program that we can provide assistance to. And there was some inquiries and some desire to try to see if we can include maybe internet services. We saw some applications where they were, when they relocate to a new unit, that they may need assistance with their security deposits as well. So those are other additional costs that we are looking into adding onto the program.
Bernie, it seemed like, I want to say at the beginning of the launch of this program, you guys were having trouble with eligibility and all that stuff, but it kind of sounds like money's getting out there. What changed?
Money, yeah, definitely money is going out there. It is, and we do get the phone calls. We still get the complaints or the concerns from the applicants saying it takes a little bit longer than they expected for them to receive the financial assistance. But it is a tedious process because we have to verify a lot of their documents. If it was only for rental, then of course that's just one particular service or one particular. We're looking at their lease agreements or their landlord verifications. But of course, if they're also seeking all the other assistance like power, water, we have to reconcile and coordinate with the utility agencies to get all of their arrears amounts as well. So, it is a lengthy process. There are different phases within the cycles, but we are getting the monies out there. And again, we encourage the community. The program doesn't end until September of next year. Certainly, if they are still finding themselves in situations where that they fall under the 3 criteria, then come in and we can assist them.
Bernie,
Again, but go ahead.
do you anticipate an increase in applications for assistance after the pandemic unemployment aid program
Yeah,
ends?
that is definitely something that we are anticipating, and that is too why we are also creating the cycle 3 or putting the cycle 3 in place so that we can include those additional services for those folks that we know that who fall under PUA may also be looking into to getting other additional financial services.
Well, Bernie, anything in closing that you need to add?
You know, in the future, we also are working, which is another good news. We also are working in another program, which is called the Homeowners Assistance Fund. So that's something that we are putting the plans together, and that we will also submit to U.S. Treasury. And of course, DOA will be responsible for that as well. And then hopefully we'll get some information out, we'll get that plan approved, and we can roll it out and again, continue to assist the community.
Homeowner Assistance Fund, what type of assistance would this fund, I mean, if you could, just the eligibility, what's the point of
Just
it?
really, yeah, you know, like we are putting, with the plan that we put together, and of course, certainly it still has to be approved. We are looking at the mortgages, and again, also the utilities, which would be power, water, and then also the...
For homeowners, not renters, gotcha.
For homeowners now. Because of course, rental is for rental, so this particular funding, it's very limited funding though, but it will be for the homeowners, so, which is good news. So hopefully soon we can be hearing something from them and from U.S. Treasury, and then we can get that started.
Well, Bernie, appreciate your time this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you too for having me here.
All right, and when you get more deets on the homeowner assistance fund, when it's ready to be stood up, give us a call and we'll get you on.
Definitely. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good day.
Appreciate it.
And we're going to continue to
thank you.
Head right back into the Zoom room.
Right back in there.
Right back in there, where we've got Senator Joanne Brown joining us now. Good morning, Senator Brown.
Hi, good morning, Sabrina. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
She's doing all
right. It's Friday.
Yeah.
Can you imagine now that we're getting older? I'll tell you, we look forward to the weekends.
Yes, we do.
The highlight of the week.
So how can you give us like your take on what's been happening with session?
Well, we're finally getting, we had the administration officials earlier this week, going over their numbers, and we're finally, yesterday afternoon, we're finally able to sit down and start going through the budget bill itself, certainly dealing with the revenue aspect and dealing with some amendments that were put forth to increase the level of the BPT revenue. Mm-hmm. In both cases, one was proposed by Senator Mary Torres to address the increase of salary to the nurses, and Speaker Teresa Terlahi also had hers to substantially increase the BPT with the hope of using the increased amount to speed up the process of paying tax refunds back to our community. Unfortunately, in my case, I had to object for both, even though I certainly support the intent of both of those amendments. I think we recognize the importance, obviously, of the work that our nurses have done in our community. I understand the governor's already put in place through her own authority the pay increases to the nurses. And also, certainly we all want to make sure that we get the tax refunds out to our community, but I think we need to take a much more conservative approach around. Right now, there's a lot of money that has been flowing, and I think it's kind of made some people immune to the realities of what's really happening out there in our community. And as federal funds decrease, and certainly as we'll see in the near future, heading into next month with the end of the whole PUA process and the payments that have been made out to those in our community that, have been unemployed or underemployed as a result of this pandemic. I think the real realities of our finances and our ability, the big question is our own ability to survive on our revenue with, a major significant part of our economy that pretty much, aside from, I'm sure, accommodating, our military personnel and our people or visitors coming with through the quarantine process. We're going to have some challenges ahead of us. So I'm not as optimistic as, what some of the administration representatives provided this week with regards to, they feel the money's going to, it's going to be there. And I've only done this. This is like my 7th term in the legislature, and we've been through some good and not so good times. And I just think we need to be a lot more responsible in planning for the future. because Uncle Sam isn't always going to be there to bail us out. And I don't think we can look at that as a permanent source of funding.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask about the amendment. I know there was a little, not really a back and forth, but with Speaker Terlahi's amendment where she wanted to adopt the administration's revenue estimate and then kind of corral that money to pay out the tax refunds. I know that amendment failed 4-10. But I guess what would you say to that idea? Because she did, in her closing remarks, talk about giving people money that's theirs and doing it in a way that's way more timely than the 6-month court-ordered deadline. Kind of at the end of her comments, she talked about, how fast people get refunds in the States.
I don't argue that, Chris. I mean, the whole process, I even commented, remember back in the day, I mean, if you needed to get your tax refund, you almost had to petition the governor's office, whichever governor was there, and have and declare an extreme situation in your family to include illness or death in order to receive your tax refund. So I don't argue that. What the concern I have, and also keep in mind as a result of that court order, I mean, you have to ask the question, why hasn't the government, why hasn't the administration been putting that money aside so that the tax refunds can be paid? Why are we having to address additional appropriations back specifically for that? Why isn't a percentage of that money intended and anticipated to be paid out to begin with? So that's a factor that needs to be looked at. I don't see that as a rational justification for raising the BPT, we're talking millions. I mean, close to what, 70 plus $80 million from the projected revenues of our office in the legislature, our Office of Budget and Finance. I don't think that justifies it. And I understand the concern the speaker has. I think there's also an underlying concern that when revenues do come in, that the legislature is not appropriated, that there ends up being some magic hands moving around and money being accessed and things being paid out. They may be able to publicly say they have a way of justifying that, but I think that's an underlying concern. But there's nothing to prevent the Guam legislature, and I've been through it in previous terms where we have come back a number of times in a single fiscal year to address the changes or adjustments to the budget. I mean, if we start seeing a major windfall of money coming in, then by all means, there's nothing to prevent the legislature at the call of the speaker from coming in and appropriating or adjusting the budget. This is not a one-time shot that we have to, throw everything in the kitchen sink in and then, say, oh, well, we can't, it's sacred, we can't touch it. But I'm very concerned because I think there's a part, and, I'm reminded myself as a number of my other Republican colleagues that ran in this past election that were reelected who've served previous terms in the legislature. And the fact that we were the only ones that got elected, even though I think there were a lot of sharp, new, young candidates running in this last election that did not get elected. The reason why we're here. And we're here to put check and balance with the administration, this administration or any other administration that's in office, to ensure that we're being responsible. That's not the message I'm hearing. And the fact that, the administration, including through their representatives, really have not been upfront and forthcoming with regards to how these ARP funds are to be spent. And yet we're expected to pass a budget where we have, significant portions of our government that have been adversely affected as a result of this pandemic, to include, our Department of Customs in terms of their revenue stream. I mean, obviously the TAF with the Guam Visitors Bureau as a result, significant increase in tourists coming in, and other Guam agencies like Public Health, our hospital, that have had additional significant burdens and responsibilities added as a result of those, this pandemic. Those are the kind of areas we definitely want to see this money go into. But, why all the secrecy? Why don't we have the disclosure publicly? Because this money was intended for our people. Why isn't the administration, why isn't the governor coming out, even though they keep saying, oh, we're waiting to fine tune and make sure we're meeting all the requirements? I think there's no reason why the governor cannot come out and simply say, these are the general areas of concern that I'm looking at funding to offset the adverse impact as a result of this pandemic. That's what we want to hear. And that would help us budget so that our local funds, can all, and rather than working cooperatively, we just don't have that. I mean, I asked our chairman the other day, essentially because the governor's made, public statements that she's spoken with him. And we're asked, well, if Chairman St. Augustine, if the governor's spoken with you, can you enlighten us on what those discussions are since you're the one she's speaking with? Yeah. I mean, what kind of government is this? This is not the government of a single individual. And it's, you see different equations of this in different administrations to the degree a governor wants to engage with the legislature and the community, or to the degree they want to isolate themselves up on the Hill. And all we hear are executive orders being signed left and right, and criticisms that, the legislature doesn't know what they're doing with bills. And, this money is under my authority and not your authority. And, where does that get us? And as I mentioned on the floor, if we cannot work together during challenging times when it should really matter, when we really should be putting aside our hang-ups and our issues here and our egos, and having really direct, frank conversations about how can we help our community the best way possible to get through these challenges. When will it ever matter? It certainly isn't going to matter in the good times, because that's not where the impact is. But right now, to see this is the response, and we're seasoned. We're not, we're not sitting down for the first time trying to figure out how to take, the reins of leadership on Guam. I mean, Senator Lou ran when I did back in 1994. We're talking, quite some time ago when we first came into the legislature. And I think more is expected of us, and because we have been at this a while, and we have been seasoned, and we are experienced, that you would expect that we would be more responsible in how we execute our respective responsibilities in our respective branches of government.
Yeah, I just think I don't know. When I was watching session last night, I couldn't shake this feeling that the whole thing in some ways is a farce, because we're having this session and we're acting like we're so broke, and the governor's got $600 million and you guys are, budgeting pennies.
Well, I think we just need to be responsible with the budget, as we always need to do, but we also should be able to factor the impacts that have happened as a result of this pandemic. And then also, where do we go from here? I mean, we've never had this amount of federal money floating in our economy. This major infusion that we've received as a result of this pandemic, which I think we all look forward to, hopefully, that, we can manage on with our lives and move on from it. But the response to it by the federal government has been the substantial amount of federal money that's been injected into our economy, almost to the point that I think there are public officials that really are not, or probably care, at least not in terms of how they take their position, that there's some really adverse impacts to our community, that there are thousands more of our people that are unemployed. I'm not for socialist government, Chris. I think we all need to contribute. We need to work hard. We need to build our community. But this idea like, it's all good. Let's just increase the BPT and our revenues, and let's just appropriate and go home. And I just don't see it that way. The fact that this budget bill, as introduced, removes the rainy day fund concerns me. Senator Tello and I are going to be doing an amendment to make sure that any additional revenues go back into that rainy day fund, because we are not preparing for anything at a local level to have a safety net. To help us get through, especially if the federal money, if the U.S. economy continues to pick up. Congress is not going to be making some special exception just for the territories to include Guam. I mean, we're there because there was significant impact to the United States of America, and that's why those funds are coming here. But if it's just us on our own, I don't think we're going to be seeing this level of generosity that we've been seeing. And knowing it's a temporary situation, we should be responsible to prepare for next year and the year after, where we're going to see less revenue coming in. And what do we do at a time if our economy doesn't pick up? If we continue to see, as we're seeing now recently, the increase of this virus adversely affecting our people, which would make more people hesitant to travel themselves to Guam. What are we going to do with all our people that are unemployed? What are we going to do with the significant sector of our community that is not working and not operating? And some of those businesses that have closed and probably will not come back. Those are the real issues. And it's not to be a doomsayer here, but I think we need to approach this from a responsible manner and put all these factors on the table, because that's the reality of where we're at. And we should be upfront in dealing with it and engaging in these discussions so that we're open and honest with our people on what it is we're doing to get through this time, and also prepare for what's coming up in the next year or two.
Senator, I wanted to switch gears just a little bit because I know session's starting, you got to go. But when we talk about being responsible stewards, especially as we've got $600 million sitting in the bank collecting interest, I don't know if you saw, there was a story that came out of KUAM News about some very questionable procurement for emergency golf carts. Were you able to catch this story and your reaction to it?
I did catch this story the other night that KU and KUAM covered on that procurement.
What'd you think?
Your thoughts, Senator?
Well, I certainly hope that the golf courses were properly procured, as we hope for any type of GovGuam procurement. Obviously, one of the companies that had bid it from your story, and again, I haven't seen any documents other than what was provided in the news story. Obviously, one of the companies that participated in that process was not happy with the outcome. And as was mentioned in the story, I guess it was a last-minute change to require a more immediate delivery of the golf carts versus the 30 days that I think was originally outlined for all the businesses that were participating in that particular bid. So it does raise question. I'm hoping in the process, and I appreciate the fact that this company came forth, and I hope other companies, I know it's frustrating sometimes you're dealing with the government because, sometimes companies might be concerned they're going to get backlash and they're going to get blacklisted on future procurements. But, if you have a concern that a process and procedure is not properly being followed in the government, if you believe there's corruption going on, then by all means, stand up and speak out, because if you don't expose these things happening, they're going to continue to happen. And I'm sure in the course of this case, the official record of this procurement will be reviewed, what steps were made, what notices, if any, were provided to the other companies. Did they have, adequate notice to be able to respond? And unfortunately, we don't know. We don't know if anybody spoke to anybody in terms of, hey, change this and put this in so my company gets this deal, which should not be happening. But this issue brings it to light, and I certainly look forward to seeing what the outcome of this case is. It's unfortunate that the other company ends up having, you have to hire an attorney, you have to put the expense, you have to go through all this hassle. But I'm sure some people at some point say, hey, enough is enough. I mean, they want to make sure it's a clean procurement, and everyone participating, because they have to put all their time and effort even to put forth the paperwork and the things they need to do in their time and effort, and then to end up finding out that, my goodness, do we have to question if we have a clean playing field, and is this cut deal because so-and-so's related or so-and-so's friends and so-and-so knows so-and-so.
Let's just go there,
guaranteed, they're going to get the contract and I don't have a shot at it.
Yeah, so when you read the story, you looked at the documents, do you believe that the winning AutoSpot, do you think that they received preferential treatment because the lieutenant governor used to work there, his sister used to work there, I think the vice speaker used to work there? Because it kind of seems like it's, when you get that level of political people cycling through a private business, it kind of seems to me like the writing's on the wall that, and then when they're able to pervert the procurement process in the way that they did, violating the law with the small purchase limit, it really does seem that this is pretty cut and dry just based on the documents.
Well, it does beg the question. I'm sure a lot of people have looked at this issue and it raises a big question mark, of course. You're going to want to know, is that what's going on? Because it on the surface, of course, it's going to look very much that way. It's going to appear that way, that, hey, this is happening because so-and-so has this special connection and this money's going to this business. So there's going to be that speculation. But the thing that caught my attention is the justification for the change. And that kind of raised a question mark to you covering the story. And I'm sure your listening audience out there was the justification after all these many months that all of a sudden we need the golf courses, to transport our elderly. I mean, we needed those golf courses when our people were waiting 8 or 9 hours up at Ukadu in a long line with no accommodations, especially for our elderly people. To have to wait that long to be vaccinated. Did we need it a month or two ago? It'd be nice to have, but I wouldn't consider it how you could justify an emergency procurement. I think most people would look at that. And, like I said, it raises a big question mark in their mind. And sometimes it's more the reason for those public officials in those capacities to kind of move away. Sometimes some people don't even have their businesses participate or their family participate because they don't want to have that impression that they're in any way using or misusing their official capacity to benefit their friends and family while they're in elective office, because that's not what we tell the people of Guam when we run. You know, we tell them that we're there to serve them. We're running to protect their interests. We're running to protect the interests of the community. We're running to be responsible. We're running to be transparent. I'm sure you've heard all those words to ad nauseum. But then sometimes, you know, the records start showing as we reflect back in some cases, that's not always the way it is. And some people take advantage. They think that the whole process of, you know, the winning the spoils of war, that they're entitled to that. So in this particular case, do I know for sure? No, I don't. But that's why I think it's important that this case, as it goes through the review process, as it goes to trial, I think we're all going to be very interested in seeing what the outcome is and how the public officials that were engaged in this procurement justify the actions that they took. Because it does, of course, it raises a question mark. I mean, I have one of my vehicles, my own personal vehicle that I bought from AutoSpot. You know, no politics involved. They just simply had the car that I wanted to purchase.
Did you get a discount?
In this case, when you're using public money, that's a different story. You know.
Thank you, Senator.
Anyway, it's good to see you guys.
Always,
and
right
keep
on.
doing what you're doing. You know, keep shining the light out there, because I'll tell you, the fact that you guys also bring these issues up and you're not afraid to do it, because I know some are. And there's some levels of influence in this community that are able to do that, even in the media, to silence and make sure stories don't get covered. But, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, you guys throw it out there. And you know, you have your listeners decide for themselves. I mean, you got a sharp group out there. They can decide for themselves how they see these issues. So I do appreciate you interviewing us and keeping us on track. And then also putting the stories out there and making our community aware of what's going on, because this is their government. And if we don't have this level of engagement and keeping an eye, you know, that extra eye on what's going on, we've seen it. You know, corruption is always out there. It's always a question of degree. And unfortunately, you know, some people always choose to take advantage of it. Even if they know they're going to get caught, they still do it. You don't know why, but they still do it. And what's even more disheartening is, you know, they're doing it against our own people. And that's troubling. But thanks, guys, and thanks for doing what you do.
I mean, if you want to go on complimenting us, we don't have a problem with it. But I know you got session.
That's okay.
All right.
I'm being upfront. I'm calling it like it is. So
you
know, I just take it. Just say thank you.
Thank you.
Let you know that your efforts are appreciated.
Good luck today.
Right on. Man.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. It's 9:12. It's Friday. Dude, it's Friday, guys. We got restrictions coming out. Bree, what are you tracking?
Shut up, dude.
No, okay.
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah, let's do like a little bit of like stock speculation, like for lack of a better term. What do you guys think? What format is the? I mean, obviously we're gonna have an executive order of some sort.
It's probably gonna be a panel. They're gonna explain the numbers.
So it is gonna be a press conference.
Maybe they may say there might be clusters or something. Provide data to back up their whatever the executive order, whatever the restrictions are going to be.
So you're saying it's going to be a press conference as opposed to like just a PDF and just the EO and coming out?
Well, I think if it's going to be, you know,
That's
if it's
substantial.
restrictions, you would want someone to explain. I mean, not to say that it hasn't happened before,
right.
but we can all hope. I mean, it's pretty serious when you see the surge.
Yeah.
83 yesterday, so.
And I think 30 of those were through contact tracing. So there's definitely something going on with clusters. I did put out an
16 hospitalizations.
Right, for Chima to come on, because right now they're meeting with the governor and they are discussing the modifications to the current protocols.
Yeah.
All right, so that meeting...
I mean, it's only fair that the people know, you know, get information.
But they
get
should be more
details.
consistent in coming out. You know, we've been kind of like wandering
It is
blind
what it is.
the last 3 weeks with little to no messaging or communication. So anyway, okay, right, 9:13. It's Friday. We're going to do sports. Dave Delgado, the hardest working man in sports business. Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, proud to present Sports Link on this Friday morning.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
Christian C.J. Keto and Noah Mueller are the latest standouts from the Guam National Program to move on to play intercollegiate soccer, with both John F. Kennedy High School class of 2021 graduates signing letters of intent to play for the Muskingum University Fighting Muskies beginning this fall. Both Mueller and Keto were introduced to the Fighting Muskies head coach Adam Ponder through fellow Guam National Program teammate Morgan McKenna, who returns to the Ohio University's roster this year. Muskingum University competes in the NCAA Division III Ohio Athletic Conference. Mueller is the co-MVP of the 2021 GDOE ESA All-Island selection for boys soccer, and Quito is a 2021 first-team All-Island midfielder, both playing for the JFK Islanders. The Islanders finished its 2021 season undefeated for the championship. Both players were also key All-Island players for JFK's championship team during the 2018-2019 school year. Both Quito and Mueller departed Island this afternoon. Muskingum University will play against Carnegie Mellon University in its first men's soccer match this fall, September 1st, according to the university's athletics website. Keeping with soccer, the Docomo Pacific Soccer Moms League Summer 2021 season came to an end with a pair of matches at the Guam Football Association National Training Center. This past season, Soccer Moms League featured close to 150 players on 7 teams playing weekly for 7 weeks. Participating teams were the Dedido Disasters, Docomo Pacific Docomoms, Guam Shipyard Femme, Fatali, Laddie Strong, Metro Pacific Islander Moms, Queen Cobras, and the Warriors. The league was one of the first to start at GFA, following over a year hiatus due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Many clubs also are now focusing on registration for the upcoming Triple J Auto Group Robbie Weber Youth League Fall 2021 season, scheduled for September 11th. For a listing of participating clubs, their contact representatives, and instructions on how to register youth players for the upcoming league, visit the GFA website at guamfa.com/GFA programs, all leagues, youth spring registration form. Tickets for Team Guam's FIBA Asia Cup qualifier versus Chinese Taipei are available at guamtime.net. Seats are limited, so make sure to secure your tickets now. Team Guam will play Thursday, August 26th and Saturday, August 28th at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse.
Spectators will be required to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test within 72 hours. And they'll do temperature checks and other protocols before admissions.
Excellent.
So we're trying to create a really nice, safe environment to watch a major international sporting event in the near future.
Our men's team will look to make history as they play for a chance to advance to Jakarta, Indonesia in 2022. Guam hosted New Zealand last year, with fans coming out in full force supporting our men's national team.
The game we played in 2020, early 2020 against New Zealand, was a game where we were definitely an underdog, but the experience and the feeling we got from the crowd was unmatched by anything we've all been a part of playing in games here, because it's representing Guam in front of your home crowd, and it was just a really good energy coming from the crowd that night.
The Guam vs. Taipei matchup on paper favors Team Guam. Guam leads in field goal percentage, rebounds, points in the paint, and second chance points.
2019 to today, you actually see 2 or 3 different variations of the Chinese Taipei men's national team. It's a large country. They have professional players there. And depending on availability, I'm sure, and the timing, we actually see, quite a deep roster. And so, trying to pick up on specific players' tendencies and some of the keys on their team is tough, because the teams have been different tournament to tournament. That being said, it's still their coaching staff and system seems to be pretty consistent. So we're more so preparing for a style, preparing for some of the possibilities. And that's kind of the difficult thing, where we only have basically a 2-game tournament, and we have to be ready for everything from man-to-man defense, full court defense, half court defense, zone defense.
Coach Calvo says the goal is to control the tempo of the game with how we play defensively. The coaching staff is preparing for anything Taipei throws at them.
We haven't really announced the final roster yet, and there's some strategy to that, but for the most part, we have our core. Not everyone is confirmed, but we have a pretty good core, plus, I work with no more than 20 players in our men's roster at a given time. So it doesn't change too much over the last couple of years. It's just a couple new young additions, and a couple players that were here in 2020 have since then retired from the national team. So yeah, I'm excited for the new look Team Guam to get out there.
After over a year of no organized youth soccer, the Robbie Weber Youth Soccer League will be kicking off on September 11th. A total of 16 club teams will be hitting the pitch this upcoming season. Over 1,500 kids are estimated to be suiting up for their respective clubs.
With the recent rise in numbers for positive cases, we still have to be vigilant, and we don't know if our season may or may not start because of this rise. Like they say, a pebble can change the course of a river. So we will try to stay our course, but hopefully this pebble doesn't change our course.
Participating clubs include ASC Trust Islanders, Bank of Guam Strikers, Community First, Days Inn Dedido Soccer Club, Guam Shipyard Wolverines, Quality Distributors, Napa Rovers FC, Sidekick SC, Southern Cobras, Southern Heat Tigers, Tumon Typhoons SC, Wings FC, Bombers SC, FC Barragata Crusaders, and MWR North and South.
I'm really excited to see all the kids' smiles and out there, all the coaches getting back out. Recently with Dedido and Wolverines, they're all having numbers. All their numbers are pretty picking up. Wings has already been starting their training, Islanders, and other clubs are soon to follow already.
All participating clubs in the upcoming Youth League were invited to pick up allotted sets of new soccer balls and training equipment made available by the GFA. The Guam Football Association received the new soccer balls for distribution to youth clubs from AFC as part of the AFC football scheme.
Of course, our health regulatory bodies has given us restrictions and how we can more safely run practices. So with that being said, GFA took it in part to give them all the necessary PPE equipment, sprays, sanitizers and whatnot. And we also even give them extra balls and bibs so they can actually have more time to spread out, and each kid has their own ball.
Sen Gil and GFA Competitions Administrator Ashley Bessagar have been providing tutorials for clubs and utilizing GFA's new online player registration system for all new and returning players and coaches.
It's just a community effort. We've worked with all the clubs, even through the pandemic, of how we can mitigate and how to come back to a return of play. We also discussed all the ingress and egress of how we're going to manage our match days. So with that being said, it took a community to get this thing going.
New to the season's Youth League will be a U15 all-girls division. Inquiries may be made directly with clubs regarding participation in the U15 all-girls division. Clubs have until August 27th to submit final team numbers. Age divisions are U6, U8, U10, 12, 14, 15, and U17. KFC Youth Basketball Circuit 18 under division. Warriors taking on Team Yeezy. 11-8 Warriors with a slim lead after 1 quarter of play. Yeezy's D Fiesta pulls up for the long two and drains the shot from up top. Jacob Miranda with the pass to Xander Sanchez, who drives through the lane in traffic. Tough shot drops in for a Warriors score. Lazama goes right through the lane for the shot off the backboard. Both teams pushing the ball up and down the court, looking for transition buckets. Long outlet pass to Ventura, who finishes it off with the left-handed shot at the rim. Carl Vinca goes baseline with the shot off glass. Vinca with 11 points for Team Yeezy. Ventura coming up with the loose ball, drives and comes up with the assist on the play. Warriors start running away with the game in the second half. Kirsten Guzman put up a team-high 13 points for Yeezy. Lazama added 8 points. 3-point shot from the corner is all net. Warriors picked up the win, 54-33. EJ Cruz with the answer, assisted by Josiah Quintanilla. Jumper at the top of the key is money. Cruz with 15 points in his team's win. In soccer news, the Bud Light Women's Futsal League playoffs begin tomorrow evening with a pair of matches beginning at 7:30 p.m. at the Guam Sports Complex Gym. Number 3 Quality Distributors will take on number 6 Metro Pacific Islanders in the first match, followed by the number 4 Heavy Hitters Nutrition Mission Southern Heat against number 5 Sidekick SC at 8:30. Quality previously in a 3-way tie for the number 1 ranked position dropped its final regular season match to the Bank of Guam Lady Strikers 6-3 to finish at the number 3 spot moving into the playoffs. Following the first round of the playoffs, number 2 Bank of Guam Lady Strikers will take on the winning team from the Quality Islanders match at 4 Sunday, followed by Guam Shipyard against the winner of the Heat Sidekick SC match at 5 p.m.
Sports Link brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Hey, thank you very much, Dave Delgado, Double D with the Sports Link on this Friday morning, brought to you in part by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore, offering everyday low prices on push cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. Also offering maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market, or call 735-7446 for more info. Now shipping to surrounding islands.
In Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Siya tali pagunaan ni din eksekutibo gini gobyerno na mas rekto reglamento siya sa pag-inatisan ni kausa ni COVID-19. Sa pagwidya chairman para Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, si Dr. Ho Nguyen, hasangan na matoy tempo para magahaga na wanunsya siya na reglamento. Prisenggot Pinay natisa sa hulog i 300 na kausang COVID. Yun sumana na tempo, 17 man may hospital sa hulog i egan Webes, hasangan na mananangga mas para added antes du lamaulik. Ay speaker si Cabrera na it mas efektibo na nataha pareste na gotping COVID sa ibinakuna. Mananangga no fit may executive order pago na dia, da sinya agwa press conference kita luani. Masasunto, havito yung magahaga lulyang raro dos na bill, no inamende di local direct assistance na lay no mafananan RISE Act. Yaman saya niya veto lang yung gobyerno na i-RISE Act na maisa sa gay problema sa pwede ma-appropriate sa lapi federal sa legislatura sa mantay autoridad para adzo. Lang yung mas na i-RISE Act sa sen migay siya manisisita ni manapliplika profang kwalifika dyan na sen mapod ma-implementi. Especialmente as residency verification nyo na sesaling kubakaw yung opisina ni mahot siya. Asangan na dos na artikulo giibiyo sa kulantinadzot na tinagi para mapamalik problema siya zabule tumugi ibiyo na presenta para gwidza ni gay kinonflikta. Amin sa ilukin na izonya all-rise na programa sa tiyan na masa libyano para manaplika na kung todo na man kwalifika mas na tawtago ni makonsidera ni legislatura. Si Senador Jim Moylan, uno na sponsor gi uno na bill, asangan sa pudya vito gobyerno adyo na bill, adyo kumikiling niya at timalago no parohat sa kwanto para maapasi tataw siya, desde 800 pesos esta hulog gi 1,000 pesos. Si Leongor sa firma 5 siya na bill para lay. Uno gi sa bira tati na ang sengsung siya ginigit sa guahan para dupusigi finot sa moro. Aso siya na lugar sa Hagat, Humatak, Maleso, Santa Rita, Sumay, dyan Talufofo. Gimas, otro talo na empleyado Guam Port Authority sa positibo test niya para COVID. Esta gwe na 4 na kausa no ma-report gido semana na tempo. Yung empleyado sa esta kabalis mabakuna, lo ay ihuti un tawtaw ni Ninazi lo ti matututso gi-iport. 5 sa ma-identifikan ma-ihuti adyo na tawtaw sa porfa test lokwe. Mendas adyo na ihensya sa esta complete herd immunity, ilang yung general manager si Rory Respecio na ti para diskwida siya sa mafatututso para todo yung empleyado gwihi o fan mabakuna sa tutumos. Sa pudi inatisan ni kausang COVID giyas lata, mas may siya na reglamento ni nataha, masagogon mo na. Esta 83% na empleyado wihi man mabakuna. Otro mas asunto, mas may fleti para sa ipan giningwahan ni United Airlines. 2 mas na fleti kada semana managwaha, para di sentinani na tempon somnak esta hulugin November. Iegaan na fleti sa matutuhang gidya 1 de Agosto, dyan mas may na pasahero na maribaha dididi irekto siya. Sinyon soda ifskadji fleti siya gito ni KUAM na website. Yuto mo na sunto para pago na business gin ni KUAM News kifinot sa moro. Adji hostes na kampanya sa Marico Palo gito niya pan hot dogs and hamburger. Pwede sinya ni Nadji ni jitin ang listeria dyan sa Manila na bineno. Adji man in-effecta sa guhay dyan niya best buy na fetsa nista hulog gidyarkan ta gi September. Dyan ginumfahan este siya na pan ilengay hostes na paron duty pa na nalugi itendan yung fahan dyan man ay tatini sa lape mo. By Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasuto Finutamoru sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familyan Mizugi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
On August 28th, join us as we illuminate hope at the American Cancer Society Relay for Life Luminaria exhibit at the FDMS Phoenix Center. From 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., witness the Illuminous display of lights, a representation of our love and respect for those who have battled cancer. We will remember those who have lost to cancer, honor those who have beaten this enemy, and support those who are currently enduring the treatments for cancer.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and a wretched day. When I know I'm wrong and I'm feeling naughty, where my life is down and we won't be array. Jesus spotted the styles of the King Selassie.
And welcome back to The Link.
Right on.
As you heard, we reported that, the Physicians Advisory Group, they've been recommending restrictions to be implemented because of this surge that we've been experiencing.
Yes.
We heard from Dr. Hoa yesterday. We heard from Dr. Felix Cabrera yesterday that those restrictions might come to fruition through an executive order, which is expected to be signed today.
Right. And so we wanted to bring on who we felt the types of businesses that may be impacted by these restrictions that are coming out. We're not even sure. There's a lot of speculation about the social gathering limit, about restrictions that are going to be kind of centered around vaccination status. So everyone's kind of just trying to figure out what's going to happen here. But we did want to bring on, again, because we feel like restaurants and bars are probably going to be definitely some of the types of businesses that are going to be impacted by the announcement of impending restrictions. So we have Mo from Moses Joint and Phil Roberto from the venue. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right. Thanks for joining us. And let's just get right into it. Phil, I was on the phone with you yesterday, and you had said that even if there were restrictions coming down, that you were already starting to change things up at the venue because of this Delta surge. So let's just kind of start there. What do you have in the works for the venue?
Yeah, so what we noticed starting since about last week is a decline in business. As soon as word went out that there was a cluster associated with a bar, we already felt that things were going to change, and they did. Through the course of the weekend, we had been contacted by about 5 groups that already planned some events, fundraisers in the latter part of this month, who respectfully canceled because out of concern for the surge. And then just in talking to some of other bar owners, our wholesalers, they also indicated that they've seen a decline in sales. Bars not reordering, as much alcohol or beer as they did in prior weeks. Even ourselves, we only did maybe 3 out of our 5 routine orders for the week because we were just overstocked from stuff that we expected to be consumed last week. So kind of been polling, our staff. Our staff is all fully vaccinated, and they did that on their own fruition. What they felt about imposing some additional mitigation measures. Currently we'd have the contact tracing, the temperature checks, sanitizing the facility, sanitizing high touch points, all that good stuff as mitigation, but kind of been following the trends of what's happening around the world, Europe, the mainland, and talking about, vaccine passports, proof of vaccination. And through this week, I've also kind of polled our regulars who frequent the bar and say, hey, would you, be okay with this? And we're basically going down the road of being a proof of vaccine bar, if you will, to enter the venue.
And when's this going to start?
Yeah, we were thinking about starting it this coming Monday, notifying our patrons and the public that effective Monday, that we would require proof of vaccination to enter. It would take some time to fully implement. I was thinking we give it like a 2-3 week grace period because, just to get the word out, and it's a new thing. We don't want to offend anybody, but for the sake of the customers who are vaccinated, the staff who is vaccinated, we just felt it was the best road to go down. And we already felt that it's going to happen sooner or later. So it just seemed like the right thing to do, especially after being closed for so long. And just, being open with the last 5 months. For me as a business owner, I want to do everything I can to keep my doors open if possible. So if we could take that extra step and say, please come in, but show us your proof of vaccination, I think that would help us in the long run. So that's kind of the road we're going down to, regardless whatever comes down this afternoon with the governor in her press conference. I'm hearing things that it might be something similar to this. So we're kind of prepared to do it anyway.
Mo, what's your take on that? Is that something that you kind of thought about? Because Phil has a point. I mean, now it's become like, what can we do to avoid being shut down? Yeah. And if you look at the writing on the wall, this is where it's all going. It's going to kind of hinge on vaccination status. And I mean, I wasn't even sure about the vaccine, but I took it because I figured that the government was going to make travel and just all these conditions relative to vaccination status, because I kind of saw that's where it was going. So just you as a restaurant bar owner, is this something that would fly with Moses?
I've talked to my business partner Sarah about this a few times. I'm one of those people that have a lot of different friends that have different opinions on on the vaccine. Some of them are gung-ho about it. Some of them aren't. As for my restaurant, I would say 95% of my staff, we have 55 staff members. So let's say that 95% of them are vaccinated. We are trying to get everybody to do it, but we also feel that, we can't force them to do it either, because some people say you can force them to do it, and I understand that, but we always try to tell them, like, hey guys, this is better for you, for your safety, for the safety of our customers, everybody. We've had a pretty good track record so far. We've had people come in our restaurant in the past, as all of you have known. Our names are all over the paper for it. And, we had to adapt and adjust, but that was the meaning of this whole year. And we were a little luckier than the bars were, fortunately, for us, and not for the bars at all. I have a lot of friends that are bar owners, and I totally understand where Phil's coming from. I mean, just being able to be open for 5 months, like we were shut down for a week, I believe, was the longest. And that was when, those guys came into our restaurant and we had to get everyone. It was like the first time that ever happened. So we were freaking out, and we told everyone has to get checked, COVID checked. So we closed down for about a week. That was the longest we did. But, with 55 staff members and all you can do is to-go orders, it was a very big struggle. And yes, we did get money from the government, the PPP, that helped out and helped us keep our employees. And to this day, we have the same employees, as well as we actually have had to hire some more.
Wow. Mo, what about the customers, right? So Phil's implementing, you got to show your vaccine card to get into the venue. And we're hearing that because Dr. Cabrera said that the governor's considering some unique restrictions that are kind of involving the vaccination status. So would that be something that is feasible for your clientele, your customers?
Well, if the government implemented it, then we kind of don't have a choice. But my stance on it is that, so the military, they have to get vaccinated. Yeah. I'm not sure about their dependents and their kids, but at least active duty members, and I believe reservists, have to get vaccinated. So I would say our clientele in Moses is probably about 50% on any given day. Yeah. And I see there being a lot of like at the venue, it's mostly locals. At our restaurant, we do have a lot of military. And if we were like to just let the military in and tell locals that they couldn't, that would just, to me, it would come off not so good. Especially because the local community has been the ones that have been supporting us since day one, since our food truck.
Yeah.
So I feel strongly about it, and I think that the governor, if she does decide to do this, then I support it. I'm vaccinated. I've been vaccinated for a while now, mostly because of travel.
Right.
I didn't want to get quarantined for 2 weeks.
You don't want to do 2 weeks in the hole?
It was like the nicest room I ever had, but it felt like I was in jail.
Yeah. So what about this other idea?
I don't want to go backwards at all.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we are, and that's in line right now, is that we are gonna have to go back. But I think we opened up a little too fast. No, we were at 75% for a very long time, and I understand why she opened up to 100%, but I would have rather stayed at 75% than gone to 100 and now go backwards. It's just like, it's been a roller coaster ride, this whole COVID thing, and I think the ride is definitely not over yet.
Yeah, so let's just talk about that. I mean, as a business owner, Phil, right? How do you like plan for this craziness that is COVID? I mean, Mo said it. It's a roller coaster ride. We've been talking about impending restrictions for like over a week now. So what's it like when you wake up in the morning not knowing, especially with this administration, they're not really so savvy on, telling people things. What's that anxiety, or do you even have anxiety about it, or you just pour yourself a drink?
I try not to have anxiety about it. I think the anxiety passed when we were closed, and now that we've been open, a little bit more relaxed. And again, COVID, there's so many unknowns about COVID. It keeps evolving, We're on a D variant. There might be another variant that might come after this. It just keeps changing, and I guess we're continuously evolving with that. We were also considering rolling back, self-imposing a rollback to 75% as well, because our current occupancy is about 170 people. If we go down to 127, 125, it's manageable. It's just going to require another body, a full-time body probably, to just sit at the door and do the temp checks and check all the vaccination cards. What would be nice if there was some kind of electronic platform, some kind of app where, the vaccine, their proof of vaccine is already in a digital database.
Right, yeah. So I go up,
do some kind of simple search for verification.
You go up to the venue and then you hold up your arm and it reads the microchip that they injected in with the vaccine, right? And then you're clear to go in. Is that what kind of you're talking about?
Something simpler. I mean, that yellow card is or white card is precious.
Yeah.
As you said, it could be your passport to travel. It could be your passport to go to the Subaki for the wine event. It's going to be your passport to get into the venue. And I have some customers, some regulars who are unvaccinated. Why they choose not to get vaccinated, I don't know. Everybody has their, suspicions and whatnot. They don't believe the science. The science keeps evolving. Dr. Fauci keeps changing month after month after month. So you never know what you're going to get with this whole COVID situation. But I mean, I feel bad that I feel like we need to implement this procedure of checking for proof of vaccine just to keep our doors open.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for those people that I'm gonna say, hey, we really appreciate your business, but this is how things are gonna, go, how we're gonna operate for the time being. It's not a permanent thing. Hopefully this COVID all goes away at some point, or we get it under control. But I think in order to keep our doors open and not go through another closure, it's probably the best practice that we have to implement at this time.
No, I agree, Phil. You're right. We do need some sort of a VIP vaccinated individual
program
passport.
Oh, yeah. Sabrina already got it. She's already got the letters like VIP. She sees it in her mind. Like vaccination, something.
But, Mo, what are your thoughts, though? Because we've also heard that this could be a possibility that you would have to check their vaccination status and put the vaccinated individuals, they get to eat indoors, and the unvaccinated individuals, you got to eat outside.
Yeah, and then you got to wash the vaccinated people's dishes. And us vaccinated people, when we eat indoors, there's people giving us a massage while we eat our lamb burger.
Greek salad.
If you eat outdoors, you have to eat on styrofoam plates.
Yeah, and you got to sit on the curb. I mean, this is, to me, it's. I don't know if I don't think I support this whole like creating a class, a segregation of the unvaccinated. I mean, I totally am on board with the public health aspect of this pandemic, but I mean, it does seem like a slippery slope, if you will.
I actually totally agree with you, Chris. Like, there's a lot of opinionated people that are very against the vaccine, and I agree with Phil. I don't really understand why. But you know, even us that are vaccinated, we don't really know how the vaccine is going to affect us in the future or what it's done. I was kind of waiting as long as I could to get it, to be completely honest. But once they said that once you got it, you didn't have to quarantine anymore, I was like, okay, where do I sign up? But I think there could be a little bit of controversy.
Yeah, especially
I
because
tell the people that they cannot eat in aircon and outside. People in Guam do not like to eat outside very much. I mean, during COVID, they had to. They didn't have a choice. It was like, you know, you either sit outside or you can't eat here. You just take it to go.
Yeah.
But if you see a bunch of people inside eating, there's already so much drama with just wearing masks. You wouldn't believe how much trouble people give us just for wearing masks just to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just implementing that alone is hard. So implementing a vaccination card is going to be very hard. And like Phil said, it's like another extra person that you would need to be checking temperatures, checking the vaccination cards. And then there's the whole discrimination part that I'm sure a lot of people are going to pull.
Yeah, because, I mean, where I kind of depart from this is that, you know, vaccinated people, we can get COVID, we can give COVID, we can die of COVID. You know what I mean? So the argument that there's some big difference between, and I get it, again, I get it that it's supposed to stave off serious hospitalization, but the point is, why are we going to segregate the unvaccinated when the vaccinated are just as likely to spread the virus? It doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, we're reducing the risk.
Right. Yeah.
Really is what we're trying to do. We're reducing the risk. I mean, you know, I'm fortunate that people are honest. I got a call over the weekend. I had a customer who was here midweek Wednesday last week, and he called to tell me that, you know, he tested positive. He's also vaccinated, you know, and so I'm like, okay, you know, appreciate the call. You know, yeah, I was around a couple people, and then we went about the business of talking to the people who may have been affected, and informed them, hey, so, you know, you were here on Wednesday, and so recently tested positive. Just wanted to give you that heads up, and you know, if you need to go get tested, please do. I mean, on my way in here, I was passing the Teadsden Carnival grounds. There was a long line, over 100 cars, maybe more, people waiting to get tested this morning. And you know, you see the rise in the numbers of people getting tested per day. We're in the thousands, and we're getting that 5 to 8% coming back positive. So we were at what, 2% before the Delta variant came on island, and then the numbers have spiked up to 5-8%. So we just got to adapt, and that's what we're going to be doing here at the venue. We're going to adapt in order to keep our doors open, because certainly I have people that we employ who want, PUA is going to end. People won't be able to turn to that, you know. Want to keep these people employed. People still go out. They still go out responsibly, you know. Some people don't. I mean, like the guy who was arrested for throwing the glass at the bartender in Tubon. That gentleman was in here on Monday night.
Wow.
And he was kind of acting goofy, you know. So there's some people that, you know, you got to, again, it goes back to your right to refuse service. We have that right to refuse service for whatever reason. And we've done that even prior to COVID. This is just another one of those things that we choose to do, and some people might not like it. But again, it goes to keeping the business open, keeping people employed, keeping people safe.
Mo, in closing, just your thoughts as we kind of brace for whatever announcement. What would your message be to the people who are calling the shots?
Just to think about all the people in Guam, because, as much as this is scary, this new Delta variant and stuff, people have to survive and people have to live. And like Phil said, we're the PUA is ending, all of this federal money's ending, and there's going to be a lot more people in bad positions if we keep going backwards. We have to, I think, as much as we have to adapt and adjust, I think the government does as well. And I think they've done a good job up to this point to get the numbers back down, but now they're rising again. So we do have to think of ways and be creative, but also in ways that, it's fair, I guess, for everybody. But I've always said I'd rather have stayed at 75% than gone to 100 and spiked and then go backwards. I'm willing to do whatever they tell us to do. If they implement you have to be vaccinated to enter bars and restaurants, then I'm gonna apply that to everybody that comes in. We've never broke rules. I don't think any of us have, and we're just trying to make a living here and, keep all of our employees employed. So I just hope that they keep that in mind when they do make their decision. That's all I really got to say.
Mo, thank you. Phil, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Right
Phil.
on. See, these bar owners, they're not so bad, guys. They're just like you and me.
Exactly. Good people.
Thank you, Phil. See you, Mo.
All right.
We're
Stay
gonna
safe.
right on. Yeah.
Everybody.
Okay.
Bye.
That's right on.
You're the only guy I know that at 10:02 in the morning would already try and run a tab.
Yeah, I was just saying, Bree.
Metaphorically.
We still, Mo is still inviting us down ever since last year. So let me know, Mo. We didn't forget, Mo.
All right. Come at night when I'm working.
Yeah, right on. There you go. Yeah, we're here with Mo. Hey, it's 10:01 KUAM TV. We just ask that you continue to monitor the stations of KUAM, our social media networks. We haven't heard anything official yet.
I haven't heard anything, no. Just yesterday when I reached out to Crystal about the executive order, because, Dr. Cabrera was hinting about it, as well as Dr. Hoa, and she said executive order Friday, possible press conference late in the afternoon.
Right. Okay. So there you go. It's 10:01 KUAM TV. Be safe out there. Do what you got to do, guys. Self-regulate. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. Watch your distance. Wash your fafa while you're at it. Good
don't
job.
have to go out, don't go out, but,
Yeah. It's up
just
to you
be
guys.
safe.
Yeah.
Just be safe.
Mask up. Bree, good job.
Good job, Chris.
Jay, good job.
All right. Have a
Joe,
great
sir.
weekend,
Joe,
everybody.
sir,
We
good
look
job.
forward to seeing you on Monday.
Good job, Joe, sir, and getting those angles with that camera.
And once we know about this press conference, if it's going to happen, we'll probably send an alert and let you know.
Thank you. Yeah, send me an alert. KUAM
Will
TV,
do.
it's been great. This is the link. Está. Adios! We're back. We're going to take a quick break, and we've got a couple great segments coming up for you right here on the link. Good morning.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Feed Me Friday. Woohoo!
We're back, and we're back here at King's Restaurant in Harmon. And, you know, this is my first time actually trying, what is this, longanisa fries?
That's right. We put it to the people. We did our Instagram poll, and we gave you the option to decide whether we are going to eat longanisa fries or chorizo nachos today. And the overwhelming winner, it was actually really close, Bree, was the longanisa fries. And you get the honor of eating the winning dish. I'll get the loser, but you know, this is quite an L to take. Chorizo nachos, not too shabby. I wish I could lose like this every day.
Have you ever tried this before?
I've tried that once at King's in Tamuning because they were doing, for Philippine Independence Month, they had a bunch of mabuhay specials. That was one of them. I think you're going to love it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try.
What do you see there, though?
I see longanisa, and so, you know, I'm not sure because I'm not, anyway. So
you're not Filipino, is what she was going to say. You don't need to be Filipino to know what longanisa is. Longanisa is it's funny because
I'm a Filipino, you know, my mom's house, so don't.
They call it like longanisa, but it's actually very short. So it's the short.
Is it
little,
the pink?
It's kind of like pink, right? Yes. It's a short sausage.
Okay, so let me just try the short sausage.
It is a little bit of sweet.
But you know, there's jalapenos that come with it, so I want to put a little spice.
And then I think you have like a chipotle sauce drizzled over it.
You would know. You've tried it before.
I have.
Right?
I've been here. I'm an expert. Longanisa, it's not just for breakfast anymore.
It's actually really good because it's, you know, the sweet, it balances out with the semi-spice of a jalapeno.
Right. You know what I thought was cool was like, we get that sweet and then there's that smokiness from the chipotle sauce.
That's probably where the heat's coming from.
Right. I got the chorizo nachos. You really can't go wrong. King's does a bunch of great things with their chorizo. And so what we have here is chorizo, it's ground, seasoned. There's some nacho cheese sauce, right? And then there's some jalapenos, and then there's some shredded cheese and some fresh tomato and some sour cream.
Surprisingly, I actually really like this. They have tomatoes here too as well. And you said they did have cheese, right?
Yep. Okay. All right.
And it comes with sour cream.
Okay, Kings. I see you, Kings. I see what you're doing here.
What are they doing?
I mean, what's not to like here? You got your cheese sauce.
What I like about King's though is you also get like your local favorites. Like for example, the beef shank. Oh man, I love beef shank.
We know this wasn't part of the poll, but you know, basically when we came in here, our buddy Kiko, the manager here at King's in Harmon, took a look outside. He said, "Hey, this is beef shank kadu weather," and he's absolutely right. When it rains, they pour you some kadu here. And this is the classic King's beef shank kadu. This is better than your auntie's. And they always got a pot of this cooking over here at King's.
I actually usually get that when I come here, and it doesn't even have to be rainy outside.
Right.
That's usually what I order. But it's always nice to step outside of my comfort zone and try different dishes here at King's, like this longanisa fries, and I'm about to try your chorizo nachos.
Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff.
But again, that's what I like about King's. You always get a variety to choose from.
Yeah, you can do breakfast for dinner. We can do dinner for breakfast. We could do lunch for breakfast or dinner for lunch.
You could do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's you. You do you, but we survived a pandemic. This is classic, Bree. Try some of this. Let me put you some here.
I don't think I've tried that either. So.
Yeah, this is.
Make sure you put some chorizo on that.
Yeah.
Do you want to try some of this?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I've had that. This really reminds me though of. For some reason, it's reminding me of the movies because you got the sauce, the nacho sauce.
Oh, but this is way better.
Of course, this is leveled up, levels unknown. Crazy.
This isn't your movie nachos.
If it don't get all over the place, get it out of my face. It really just goes together so well. And these are actually house-made nacho chips, Brie. That's why they're so crispy and fresh tasting.
Really?
Yeah. I love me some sour cream.
I love jalapenos.
Yeah, this is a winning dish, man. This is like something that you would think you could just get as an appetizer, but this could be your meal, you know?
Well, yeah, it's definitely filling. Even the fries, they cut the longanisa. They're like thick chunks of sausage. I initially thought it was Spam.
Right. Here at King's, even the longanisa's big. But you know what? Don't take our word for it. Come on by King's Tamuning, King's Harmon. Find out for yourself whether it's some of the new stuff they got on the menu, like the chorizo nachos or the longanisa fries, or the tried and true local comfort classics like the beef shank kadu or the ham hock and mongo beans. Come on through King's.
And when you do, tell them Chris and Bree sent you from the link.
Right on. For another Feed Me Fridays, thank you, Link Fam. For Sabrina, my name's Chris. Estajos.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants. Movie Tuesday.
Why not? They'll give you a free chicken fries just like that. Gonna leave you guys with this one. It's Cover Me right here on The Link. My name's Chris. Be safe this weekend, guys. The governor just announced there's a press conference at 3 p.m. relative to the Delta surge. So we'll definitely be covering that. I'm probably going to end up jumping into that press conference. So that'll be on our KUAM News Facebook Live page. So check that out, okay? It's 10:11. Again, Cover Me. Estajos.
Iputian zanmin gumupogi islan ilange ogang watu gitran kumapa kanis anauli isineni antes dia dingozo Zasangan antes de maio na guaizado Oguneni oguna palawan Ugwi fi onizan pwengi Saizomuzo zazoko no bieneni Oguna palawan ogu aneni ani zapwengi ugwi fi sezomuzu zezoko no bieneni sesu hasu e tempo Por oguneni zani flores mu anayundingo Zugi unpwengi Lo estaneni tulanya Sachis di zuzango maholan Onizuneni zataita gilangit isla Haguneni agunapanawan Ugwigwifi onizampuengi Sezomuzu zezokuho Nobianeni Hagunapanawan Oguaneni Onizampuengi Ugwigwifi Sezomuzu zezokuho Nobianeni Sezomuzu zezokuho Nobianeni Sezomuzu zezokuho